something's missing from me, but this was part of the problem of being a game dev streamer, you know? Unfortunately, all we need is our heads. So that's where we're at. I suppose we can't do much squats or exercise today, given that I don't have a body to exercise. But silliness aside, I have been working on our dungeon generator a little bit. Oh, now that every time I fix my glasses, I'm going to disappear, huh? Ah, yes. I'm not here. I can hide. Hello. Hi. This is silly. Anyway, so I've been making my dungeon generator. I had to debug it, so I had this like laying out logic, which you can kind of see. And from there, I wanted to see if it was working properly. So I made this like little mini map generator based on the generation. So I can debug this real quickly. So here we are. One thing I'm not doing is I'm definitely not carving out the path as I'm laying them down, even though I'm considering them. So I need to probably include that as part of the calculation. But we're getting there. We're getting there slowly but surely. Let's see. So if you look over here, I made it so that over here, depending on the angle between the entrances, so you have the exit and the entrance, depending on the angle difference between those two, attempting different style of room layout, right? So this is like basically corridor specific logic. I think the other day we were saying, hey, these are the specific type of paths that could exist. And that was facing each other, and then side by side, and then place an L. So L being this type of, oh, I can't use my fingers anymore. I'm going to have to take off this thing eventually, I think. I'll keep it on for a few hours. But yeah. Actually, you can see the head of my chair, huh? I gotta make sure I stay still to work the illusion. Hold on, this is gonna be a little difficult. There you go. There you go. I mean, I guess the best thing I should have done was change the chair type, but you know how it goes. There you go. I mean, technically they have those like circular green screen thing that goes on top of the chair. Maybe I should probably get those, but that's in the future. All right. I'm gonna make it so that it carves out the path, and then we'll just quietly work on our stuff. A little sniffly still, but I'm sure people will stroll in eventually. My fingers feel a little too fat. Because I don't know if you probably can't see it, but basically this green screen fingertips are a little stubby. All right. Okay. So if we're facing each other, McCoy says, no, there should only be one floating head. I know. I am taking inspiration, but also it's not because of Hypnotics. Somebody else was like, you should try it. And I was like, okay. And then I said, I'll do it next time. And I didn't do it. So it was a promise I had to keep. Also, as you can see, it's not perfect. I'm not as skilled in being a floaty head. I keep hiding my face because I need to scratch my face and like, fix my hair and stuff. But every time I do that, my face disappears. Just an FYI, it's not going to be our... Mikor says floating head intern. Yeah, exactly. Intern floating head. It's not going to be our permanent gimmick. It's just for today. Because I promised. Doe says, Ezra taught us the spell to become an army of flying heads. Exactly. Only thing missing is wearing a strawberry folk face makeup. do a floating head and do a little like cosplay where I paint strawberry face on myself. That would be creepy. Nothing to do with game dev, that's for sure. Also, this suit or whatever I'm wearing, like it really feels like my body's disappearing. It's very restrictive and itchy, I have to say. Ugh, very itchy. I did wash it, but still not very good. Anyways, once again, look at this thing right here. Boom. Room generation. I made this little mini map thing to show myself where things are. And it's working perfectly. So I had one where the craft room is at least 2 spaces away. And then I had one where the boss room is like certain path away and it's doing that. It's just not carving out the path yet. So we're going to try to carve out the path as well on top of this. Let's see. McCoy says, gotta make your own using Egyptian fibers. Oh yeah. It's like a high quality green suit. Can't buy a cheap one. No polyester here. All right. So I did this whole like place room in matrix thing. I think I need to make one that's like place corridor. So the way we're doing right now, this whole placement, depending on the door angle, we're saying, hey, place it facing each other, place it side by side, or place it in an L shape. And it does a lot of smart angle dependent thing. In each of these things, they're doing the testing. So it says, hey, can the room be placed in this position? And then it does this thing. And another thing we need to do on top of this is figure out if a corridor can be laid down between these two. So a few things. Can place room in matrix, can place room in matrix. I think we need a specific corridor logic. So technically all these different functions where I say, hey, place a room in L, place the room in facing each other, place the room side by side. These could also be some sort of configurable thing if this becomes a generalized solution later, where I say place corridor in L, right? And it'll be source room. Probably should take everything here like this. Yeah. And that's probably going to return a Boolean just in case it couldn't be done. And then return false by default for now. Yeah, Mikori says, gotta make your own using... Oh, I already saw that. Mikori says, wait, is this still the mining game? Yeah, this is still the mining game. I just happened to revisited the dungeon generation part because I want it to be a little bit more configurable. And I'm actually making a level generator node separately from the level. Because, you know, I was thinking last time that it would be... We're doing this work anyways. And one, there was already a request for making a tutorial on this before. And I've done a lot of research. So it would be a waste not to do some content out of it. So I'm hoping that I'm going to make one either a plugin, like a roguelike dungeon generating plugin, and or a tutorial with that. I think that would be helpful. Thanks for the follow, Linyard. Welcome. I'm not usually a floating head, but today we are upon popular demand. When I say popular demand, it was that one person that asked me to do it, and I promised. All right. So we have the placement room in L shape. It already knows that this thing can be done. Room placement is already done. But I think on top of that, the corridor placement also should be approved, right? So for each of these positions, whenever it's trying the room placement, it needs to see if the corridor can be placed between those two exits. So we have a source room, the entrance position, those are the same thing. And then we have the exit room and exit position. In this room logic, we're already taking the consideration of the direction of these entrances. So I'm going to just borrow this real quick. And then it talks about the angle between the entrance and the exit, right? And this, depending on if this is positive or negative, it probably will reveal some stuff about it. But right now, that's not the problem. And we're doing this thing. All right. So at this point, I think the intention is L shape, and then the room is already placed. We already have a potential. Oh, I can't use my hands. How am I supposed to explain things without using hands? Aaron Gaming says, "Oh, hey, it's the Godokon guy again. Now his head is floating. Exactly. That's what's happening today." But the whole point is that okay. Now, like the drawing is even more important. I have to say my hand is very slippery right now because of the thing that I'm using. I just had to break the illusion of floating head because my chair, you can see my chair. Unfortunately, there's no way around it. But basically, I already did this whole thing where I have this and the entrance is facing one way and then the exit is facing another way. Then I'm doing the logic where, assuming that we're going to do an L shape, this room is being tested for up and down here and then left and right here based on the, based on the logic of the, based on what's already out there. So now, in addition to this thing, once I decide that, room can be placed here, I have to draw this corridor and see, can it be done without colliding with other paths that exist? And given this to be locked, the entrance to be locked here, and then the exit to be locked, and then the entrance is already decided, there's actually no other way to draw an L, right? So this one is going to be a very quick check of like, can it be done or not? So not too worried about this one. Nikori says, you got a DM Hypno with screenshots saying like, you're not the only floating head today. Which funnier because he doesn't stream Tuesday. Oh, is it? Oh, I am stealing his floating head audience. Radio says, oh, dearie me, what happened to your body? Who is responsible for this? My body has disappeared. Though you can kind of see the chair. Oh, hello, Radio. The problem is, I think somebody wanted to borrow my body for a little bit for their game dev purposes, so I had to let them have it. So now I am just a head. No, the real story is that someone was like, it'll be funny if you did green shirt. I was like, I will. And then I promised them. So just keeping my promise. All right. It's not even that hard, actually. All we need to do is draw the corridor in the direction of the entrance all the way up to the position of the exit, and then draw the corridor in the exit direction all the way to the entrance's position. So let's see. Instead of doing the place room in matrix, we probably want to do place line in matrix real quick. Or yeah, we'll have this func place line in matrix, and it's going to be starting position and then end position. And then we have two matrices here, one that's testing and not testing. So I'm going to make it insertable. And it's going to be like place a line starting from starting position to end position in the given matrix. Conic says, I like the green screen. Thank you. Appreciate that. It's not a permanent fixture. This is just kind of part of the day thing. Mikori says, you could do a reverse hypno where you don't have a head, but just cover the head only. That's funny. All right. Mikori, you can screenshot me and send it to Hypno if you can. Or, I don't know. I don't think I can DM Hypno. I actually don't. He's not my Discord friend, unfortunately. I'm also not in his channel, in Discord channel. I don't even know if he has one. Anyways, so if I want a line here, all I want to do is, I guess if it's diagonal, it's going to be a little bit tricky. But basically, we're just going to, how should I do this? If I'm drawing a line from point A to point B in a 2D matrix, technically, I mean, it's pretty easy, isn't it? We want to increment evenly towards it. So if it's diagonal, maybe that's not as easy. Yeah. Well, I feel like what I can do is do starting position, direction 2. Can I do? Oh, I can't do direction because it's vector 2i. Conic says, does the underscore prefix on function names indicate something? In GDScript, there is no such thing as private and public scope. Oh my gosh. I gotta say one thing. This morph suit makes me really allergic for some reason. Here, let me go blow my nose. But basically, underscore in GDScript indicates that your intention for that function or variable is private. And that's just kind of like the practices you apply for yourself to organize, but it's not a rule. Yeah. You know, part of me is really careful not to reveal my rest of my body because this suit really leaves nothing to imagination, I would have to say. McCoy says, if you're getting a reaction, don't wear it. I mean, I already washed it. I was getting a little allergic yesterday, but I washed it when I tried it on. So I washed it. So I think it's a little better, but we'll see. We'll see. It's okay for now. I'll take it off eventually today. I'm not going to do it all day. All right. How do we do this? I guess because it's vector 2i, meaning in an integer increment, you want to increment the x and y. Basically, because I need to decide if it's one up, left, up, left, or up, left, up, left. You know, like splitting those two things into these like pixelated increments. And I don't know how to directly do that. I mean, technically what I can do is I could draw a line in a non-grid fashion, and whichever grid that overlaps that line would be considered filled in. So if I turn them into regular vector and then do a direction 2, and for that's not very simple, huh? This is actually harder than it looks, drawing a straight line in this grid. I might have to think about this a little bit. Doe says, I think the suit is not suitable for exercise. Yeah, you wouldn't know I'm doing the exercise. Hold on. Yeah, how do I do a line? That's actually really hard. Because what's considered up? If I go up 1, because you can only do Manhattan distance towards it. And you can't always split the X and Y. Okay. So if I take the X difference, right? Var X diff, and then I say n position X minus, well, I guess I could say, oh my gosh. What the heck? Say, I guess I'll do X diff, or actually just the vector diff, which will just simply be a n position minus starting position, right? That's going to give me amount of X I need to travel between these two, and amount of Y I need to travel between these two. And basically, I have to make it so that they run out at the same time. Meaning, for whichever, either X difference or Y difference. Okay. I get it. I think I got it this. Oh my gosh, Mikori says deep squat. You want to see me squat as a floating head? Here, let's see what that looks like. Oh no. You can actually kind of see. No, this is embarrassing. Hold on. There you go. Can you see? 1, 2, 3, 4. Trust me, I'm doing it. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12. Could you see what was going on? I was really afraid that my body was going to be revealed from that. I wouldn't want that, would I? Oh. Okay. Gotta get rid of the chair, you know. Whew. It's funny. It's funny. It's such a silly thing. Okay. I might turn it. I might have to take. I don't remember who wanted me to do this, so I'm just waiting on that person to see it. The person that I promised this to, and then I can turn it off or take off the green suit, I guess. Okay, so straight line between 2 points. So we have this point and then this point, and we say, okay, well, if this is like 5 and this is like 3, if I want to draw a straight line, basically for every y up 1, it needs to go 5 divided by 3. So in this case, this is what? I guess round it up. Should we do round it up? I think we should do round up. So 5 divided by 3 is like, 1 point something, which is basically 2. So what we're saying is every time we go up 1, we're going to go 2 to the right until we reach this point, right? And eventually it'll reach it, right? Like that. So let's try that out. So we're going to basically divide whatever's bigger by whatever's smaller. So between x and y, we're going to divide max x and y by min x and y. And that's our increment for a longer leg. And the other one is just single at a time, I think. Courage says, yes, take a picture on Discord and send it. Oh, for the person who wants it. Oh, hydrate. Okay, thanks. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I need to blow my nose again. This is not good. Dusty. Okay, I'm back. Nagori says, I'm pulling an executive order. Change out of the suit. Why? Kurt says, take the suit off. Wait, is it because of my allergy? I'm not that allergic. All right. Here's a reveal. This is what it looks like, guys. I'll take it off until somebody or the person says, you promised, and then I'll put it back on. Or we can clip it. I've kept my promise, okay? As far as everybody's concerned, I kept my promise. It's also very tight. Oh my gosh. Let me out. Oof, dusty. There you go. There you go. Look, now I'm a floating body, torso. You want to see? No legs, exactly. You guys made me squat too much, so I lost all my legs. It fell off from all the squats. My legs fell off from all the squats, guys. This is what happens. Streamer lives matter. Or streamer legs matter, I guess, rather. Okay. Anyways, so I think I got that. So we're going to say var large increment. Large leg increment will be max of vector diff x. Excuse me, just me taking off that suit also fluffed up a bunch of dust. So, oh my god. Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna take my allergy medicine actually. Hi, Cooley. Mikuri says, gosh, now I have to care about streamer legs. Pfft, more workout. Courage says, clipped it. Job done, sir. Thank you, Courage. Thank you. All right, medicate it. Jeez, it's so bad right now. I'm struggling. Oh my gosh. Why is it so dusty? I haven't washed it. Okay. Y divided by min vector diff x vector diff y. We want this to be a float, I think. And max, it gives whatever we return. So I guess we can do a float division so that it actually has some sort of fraction value, because I want to round it up actually. So that would be ceiling. And that would be the increments of the large leg. Cooley says, how is everyone? I just got home from work. I think we're doing okay. I was a floating head earlier, but unfortunately it's causing me to, this suit is causing me to have severe allergic reaction, at least respiratory wise. I'm sneezing and blowing my nose. I have to go back actually. I'm gonna blow my nose again. I'll be back. I'm sorry. Oh my god. My goodness. Okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. It's good now. Okay. So for those of you just joining us, I was saying I got my dungeon crawler working quite a bit. I'm reworking the generator. I got the minimap working. Well, minimap logic so I can see if it's working. So room being laid out is working, but so I'm laying the room out based on certain intentions. So I have this, place the room facing each other, so it'll be like this and then up and down. And then L shape or side by side would be like this, where the connection is intended to be on the top like this, like that, like that. So it does this. And then I have placed the room in L shape like that. So the quarter. So I did that where it's like trying to collide with other rooms. I just need to add the corridor section. So we're doing the corridor. AU Bigney. Is it Australian Bigney? Bigney? Ha, sorry, I meant like a party. What happened? Bigney says, let's throw a rager while dad's gone. Oh, hey, I'm home. I'm here, guys. Behave. It'll take a while before my allergy kind of settles down from all the dust that got kicked up. Whew, I need more air filter, I think. I need to get another air filter to have in the room. I need at least 5, I think. Oh, I don't know why I'm so sensitive to dust. Anyways, okay, so we had... Hey, what happened to this? Oh yeah, we're doing the place stuff in line. We're making this. So whatever is a larger increment will be the direction we're going to go for. So from starting position, we're going to start laying them down. So we say for I in vector diff, because that's how much we need to travel. X, and for J in vector diff Y. I mean, this is how many... Oh, actually, I don't even need to do that, actually, because that's all we need to do. So for this many steps, I think, because if we go 3, if we go 5, we want to go a total of 8 spaces. Up 3, right 5. So that's 8. So for this many loop, we have to go, I guess, decide which direction we need to go first. Which direction is the larger direction? And I suppose, let's see, how do we isolate a larger component of a vector? I don't think there's an easy way to do that, actually. So we'll have to manually go, hey, if vector diff x is greater than vector diff y, then x direction is longer, and we do something. And if the other way around, or I guess I could flip it, y, then y direction is longer. Otherwise, they're the same, so it doesn't matter. Okay. Courage Dev says, can we have a Godotcon 2.0? I mean, Godotcon happens every year. And this just happened to be the first one that was in USA. There's also a European one that's happening this year. So there's another one happening soon, I think. Excuse me. Now, I won't be going to European Godotcon, that's for sure. I don't think I can afford to right now, or I don't need to. What I do need to do is go to PAX West. So I'll be at PAX West. So if you guys are going to PAX West, you can meet me, I guess. I'm finally getting my hair cut today, so this unruly hair will be finally organized. But for now, this is what we're dealing with. Okay, this means we're going to go X direction first, then Y, one at a time. And I guess what we can do here is if the var x bias will equal to true here by default. And so this will be true. This would be false. Otherwise, I guess true. Doesn't matter, x bias or not, because it's exactly the same. And what's going to happen here, I feel like I need to do some sort of mod here on the I. So I could be like, I mod large leg increment plus 1, right? 1. So if it's like bias, let's say it's like saying, oh, the longer side needs to be every 2. That means this is going to say 2 here. And at 0 and 1, it goes one way. And every time it resets to 0, because if it's, let's say this is 3, that means I equals 0 will be 0. I equals 1 will be 1. I equals 2 will be 2. And when it comes back to 0, go to the opposite direction. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do, actually. So we're going to do this. If this mod equal to 0, then we're going to go to the non-biased direction. So if it is x bias, so if x bias, we want to increment to y once, else we're going to increment towards x. Otherwise, we're going to increment towards the bias. Increment towards x. If else will be increment towards y. like so. Easy, easy, I think. Courage Dev says, what's PAX? PAX. PAX is PAX. Is PAX West. It's a games con. That's pretty popular. I go everywhere, almost every year. I also do contents during those time. It's the tickets. It happens in Seattle. You know, a lot of game companies or indie devs or whatever, they have a booth showcasing games. I like to go to the board game section and just play board game with my friends because you get to, like, there's a board game library on these things. So I don't know. But yeah. Okay, so we got all that down. So increment to y once. This just means increment to y. So we're going to say on matrix, starting position, right? So I suppose we got to go from writing position. So we say var current position will equal to starting position. And basically from here, current position, if this is the case, current position will be added with x, well, increment or decrement, I guess. I suppose. I need the signs. I need to get the positive and negative sign from direction from here to here. So vector diff is probably going to do that for us because this one is from and minus starting. So this is the direction. What we're going to do to isolate the signage is probably just go var sign vector. Sign vector will equal to vector diff, which has the sign, divided by absolute value of the vector diff. So this will basically divide itself by its positive version of it. So if it's negative, it'll be -1. If it is positive, it'll be +1. So this is going to give me the signed vector. And basically, we're going to say, hey, increment this by sign vector y. And this one, we're going to increment it by sign vector x. Or actually, it's more like vector 2i of 0, 1. This will isolate it so that only the y vector gets picked up. And then this will make it so that only the x vector gets picked up. So we're going to increment towards y here. And increment towards x here. So current position has been incremented. And once the current position is incremented, what we want is we want to fill the matrix in that spot. We go boop, current position x, current position y will equal to something. Then we're going to do that. Banana Gun Brian, thanks for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Courage Dev says, time for the ultimate challenge. 1 + 1, 2 + 2, 4 + 4. We're going to write every single combination of numbers into a if case. Is that what we're trying to do? One thing that we're missing here, we do need this room thing. I guess this is a corridor, so we should probably give it a some random number. I think -1 would be a corridor from now on. So I'm going to say -1 is a corridor. And over here on the minimap, I'll probably say if is negative, then we're probably going to give, I don't know, white. Let's say negative number will take oh, actually, how about we give a number? Nah, it should be white, I think. So we'll just give it a white color if it's locked in. Color dot white. Okay. All right, back to the thing. It doesn't like this because cannot infer type sign vector. Oh, it's vector 2i. Why wouldn't you know that? This is 2i. And this is probably 2i as well. Weird. Okay. Thanks for the follow. Intensive gamer. I'm guessing you meant intensive, but it's okay. Hello, gamer. Carter says, I have filled up the chat. Hey, look, you're the mod, but I can revoke you and then give you timeout if you are going to just spam. But I think it's not spammy, you know? You're doing what you can. You're just being part of the chat, I guess. Don't abuse your mod privileges. Okay, so we do that. We're incrementing it, and then we're giving it a corridor value, which is -1 for us. And that'll fill it up in a line. Hopefully that works. And let's see. Over here, testing matrix will be, how about we do gray? Is gray a thing? We'll do dim gray for testing matrix corridor, and then we're going to do white for actually locked in corridor. So it shows up both way. Okay, cool. Back to the level generator. For this one in particular, place corridor in L shape. First thing, it needs to probably check can place line thing. Function can place line in matrix. So basically same thing. What this does is that it's going to check the spots that I would write and see if there's any collision to it, right? Can place line in matrix. So it's exactly same logic, right? Except instead of populating the matrix, it'll check if the value, if matrix in this position is not 0, then we got to return false, meaning you can't place the corridor in there. And we're going to do it this way. That also means for any type of checking function for debugging purposes, I'm going to populate a testing layout matrix here. So over here, we're going to go current position X, current position Y will equal to -1 here. I think that's what we're doing with the other one. Can place room. Oh, I guess I'm not doing that, huh? I guess the first thing is, well, it's okay. All right, so this is can place. And for the corridor here in L shape, Epivikit, hello, first time chat here, welcome to Epivikit. Let me know if I'm saying it wrong, by the way. I would love to say it right. Okay, so we're going to place corridor in L shape. Here's an enter direction, exit direction. This one is a little bit harder. So basically it's the same thing. We're going to draw a line from a enter position to a straight line, either whatever direction, to do that. So first thing is probably get the difference, right? So let's see. Whatever it is, if I take the difference, we're going to see how many x's we need to go and how many y's we need to go in order to reach from one to another. And then I just need to make it so that it goes that amount in the direction first. Okay. So we have an entrance direction, right? So this direction is important because this direction tells me which way the vector is facing. And basically, we want to draw a straight line into that direction. So if we say var entrance corridor and position, right, would be entrance position, right? So that where it's starting, plus the direction of the entrance times the distance I need to travel would be the distance I need to travel in the exit's direction. It's going to be hard, but basically exit direction times... Oh, this is going to be... Okay, hold on. Let me try to explain this. I know I'm doing a lot of math in my head right now, but it'll make sense. I promise. So, I mean, I made it generally like a general solution for drawing a straight line. Basically, I want these two lines to be orthogonal to each other, right? So let's say I have this, and direction vector, this is 1, 0, and then I have this. And this direction vector is 0, minus, or is it minus 1? Yeah, it is minus 1. And this is their direction, right? Let's say we know, based on this position, let's say this is, I don't know, this is at 3, 5, doesn't matter. And then it's all the way down here where it's, let's say it goes about 5 to the right and then 3 to the bottom. So this one is at 8, 8, let's say, right? So this corridor that we want to draw, right, this point, where is this point, is what we care about. And that's pretty simple, actually, because it takes in the y component of this guy, which is, or x component, which is 8, and then it takes in the y component of this guy. So it's interweaving. But the question is, for any given position, how do you know which ones to use? Do you use this x and this y, or do you use... Oh, actually, it should have been 3. Hold on. Should have been 8. Oh, no, it's fine. Okay. Do you use this x and this y, or do you use this x and this y? And that's the question that we want to ask. So this direction vector already has 0 in it, right? Which means if we multiply this by the coordinate, it's going to isolate only one of the components, right? So if we do 3, 5, multiply by, it's not a cross, by the way, 1, 0, then we know it equals to 3, 0, meaning it's isolated just one of the vectors using the direction. So this direction, 1, 0, I think what we need to do is actually take the direction vector from one entrance and then apply it to the other positions. So we have direction vector 1, 0 and position vector 8, 8. And if you multiply those two together, you get an 8, 0. And then you want to add that to position vector. This one is 0, negative 1. So I'm guessing you need to negate the exit. So we have 0, negative 1 times position vectors, which is 3, 5. That gives us 0 and negative 5. Negative 5 is over here, and it's actually -5 from this vector. Ooh, oh, maybe that's the actual math. The math is direction vector. Oh, I get it. Okay. So I'm discovering something here. So for general solution, in order to find the crossing point between these two positions, we need direction vector, normalized direction vector, times other position, which gives me the diff I need to travel, add that to my position. All right. Let's see if that makes sense. So what we're doing here for this example particularly, right? This particular example, we have 8, 8 here. So what we're doing is take my position, which is 8, 8, and add that to the direction vector, which is 0, -1, times the other position, which is 3, 5 here. And that gives us 8, 8. Hold on, is my head covering this? No, right? Okay. Which is 0 -5, and that'll give us, oh, I guess I got to do this like this. Oh, this is 0. And then it gives us 8, 3. Is that... That's not correct, is it? It's not correct. I feel like I almost had this. I feel like there's an answer somewhere here, because at least this is giving me something. Let's see what that means. Because if I take direction vector and then take this in, it gives me how much I need to travel in that direction. Oh, do I need to do that to the diff? Maybe that's what I need to do. So if I do the diff, okay, remath. So same thing, we keep this component, but we're doing this to a diff now. So let's say the diff is, the diff is into 2. So from here to here, I would say the diff 3, 5 minus 8, 8. That's the diff from this position's perspective, which gives me -5 and -3. That's how much I need to travel. And then I multiply the direction vector, which gives me 0, 3. So that's how much I need to go towards the direction. This already gives me that. Interesting. All it had revealed was that I need to go up y equals 3 amount. But this doesn't have the signage. Because you can see the 5 is actually 8 minus 3, which this is correct. I feel like this is a long way to do something that I already know how to do. Doe says, is this a NASA stream? Mikori says, so what are you trying to make? Okay, well, explanation here. I'm trying to figure out the position, right? So if I have a position XY here, an entrance in the direction I, J, and then you have another entrance that are orthogonal to this, KF, and then it's placed in X2, Y2. When you're making this L shape, what is this position? X3, Y3. Given these information, can you find the position X3, Y3? We know if we take the diff between these two, it'll provide this information, right? So this is like absolute value of X2 minus X1. This is absolute value of Y2 minus Y1. Because I'm trying to generalize it because what if it's this shape? What if it is, this shape? Like all the shapes, I want to be able to turn them by just finding this intersectional point. So I can draw a straight line from entrance to this point, no matter what. So I'm trying to come up with ways to figure out this intersectional cross point of the L without having to brute force this with like conditionals. I'm trying to see if there's a vector math that allows to find x3 and y3. Cadet is dead says, I really ignore how much physics goes on in games. Damn. I mean, like, there's a way around it where you can just be like, okay, well, if it is facing right, if it is facing up, do this. You can hard code this so that you can handle it for every single rotational values of this. But I want to be able to have a fancy solution for it, so I don't have to do all this. And typically, plus or minuses are a lot faster than iterating through or doing conditional, so I want to do it. But yeah, math does help. Physics does help. So as I was saying, I generalized this already, right? So we have x2, x1 here, or vector 1 here, and then vector 2 here. And then we want to find this vector 3 value, given all these information. That's why I'm doing this experiment. Let's think about this a little bit. So if I multiply the direction value, right? If I do, I guess let's call it D1 and D2. This one will be D2. If I take direction vector and multiply it by the other guy's vector, the result, right, would be, I feel like, because we're taking this and we're basically taking this positional vector and what do you call? Because, okay, if that makes sense. So let's say we have this normal vector, right? This is a normal vector. And I say I take this other vector and then I multiply it to this guy. Then what I'm doing is I am getting a projection. This is the result, right? So let's say this is the direction vector and this point, which is V2. If I do D1, V2, technically what I'm getting is this projection of V2 onto the direction. So that means if I do this, that's supposed to give me this thing, which is V3. And that's my idea. I don't know if this is true or not. So I'm going to try it out real quick. So if we have ID1, let's say the same example that we had before. So let's say we have at 0, 0. Well, I'm going to do something confusing here. 1, 2 here. And then the direction happens to be in the direction of the positive x. And then you have something else here that is, let's say, goes down by 5 and goes right by 4. So there'll be 6 and then 6. So it goes, what is it? 4 this way and then 5 this way. And the direction vector is 0, -1. So we're taking the direction vector 1, 0. And then we multiply it to the other coordinate, which is 6, 6. That's going to give us 6 and 0, which is, it's correct, x coordinate, but it doesn't give me the y coordinate. And that's why I was like, okay, well, how about we take the, I guess it did work, huh? Oh, you know what? That's it. And then you got to add this thing to the current vector. So let's try this again. So we do V1. So the new formula that I came up with is position of the starting point plus the direction of the starting point times the other vector. And I'm hoping that will give me v3. So in this example, right? Okay. Hopefully this is clippable. I know this is really complicated, but there's some moments here. There's some interesting moment here. So v1 here is 1, 2. Direction is 1, 0. And then we're multiplying that by the other direction, which is 6, 6. And that gives us what? 1, 2 plus... Oh my gosh. I need to isolate the other guy. Almost there. Almost there, Phil. So what you're seeing here is that it's almost close, but we need to add this part instead of the other part. So instead of just multiplying it to the v1, what if we did v1 times d2? And then we're going to basically flip one of these things. So I'll do flip this. Because right now this one works. I don't know if it'll work for other guy. So now the new thing is -1, 2, which is v1. And d2 is 0, -1. And then we're adding that to the d1, which is 1, 0. And then times the other vector, 6, 6. Which gives us what? This is negative of 0 minus 2 plus 6, 0, which is 0, 2 plus 6, 0. That gives us 6, 2, which is what we want, right? Right here is 6, 2. Now we're going to take this and rotate it and give it to other example and see if it applies generally. Hey, Void, welcome. Void is like, hi, Strawberry folks. Indeed, glasses equals smart. I should get some. I can't see. I've been looking down too long. I can't focus. All right. I need to worry about my eyesight, though. I can't do this too much. McCray says, use Desmos graphing to check the math. I don't know what Desmos graphing is. Voice says, hi, modded viewers. Hello, mods. Okay. Let's do some other direction now, okay? Oh, you know what? We can generalize this even more. Because let's say I have this, I'm going this way, and then I'm going this way, right? And this is x1 and y1. And direction is -1, 0. Let's say this is at, I don't know, 5, 2. And then we'll go down here at, I don't know, we went left, so let's say 1. And then we went down, which is, what is it? Plus, so we'll go 5, let's say. So that means this point right now is y equals 5, x equals 5. That's what we want, right? So our formula is v1 times d2. So v1 here is 5, 2, -5, 2, times d2, which is right here, 0, -1, plus d1, which is -1, 0, times v2, which is 1, 5. This negative is going to probably get something here. So we got 0, 2 plus -1. Wait, what's going on here? No, x equals 1, actually. Whoops. So x equals 1, and then y equals 2. So we almost got it there. -1 and 2. But this is flipped. Is this supposed to be... I feel like there's something to do with the sign here. Sign is freaking out here. Courage says, Ezra, please answer my question. What question? Curses, why do you look down when you use this? Oh, I have a tablet. Yeah. Can you see this? So I'm looking at this thing. I mean, I guess I could just look here instead. I could do it this way. Okay. This sign is wrong, obviously, because this one says it was supposed to be at 1. But instead it became -1. I wonder what it's giving without the thing. Is it supposed to be like D2 minus D1 times, or what is it? V2 minus V1 times D1 and D2? Because each of these direction vector is going to isolate a component from this. I want to know what this looks like. Okay, so V2 is 1, 5 minus 5, 2. It's a little bit weird to just look up and do this. D1, D2, which will equal to what? Minus 4 and 3. D1 is -1, 0. And then D2 is 0, -1. Wait, am I doing this right? Yeah, I don't think that's working at all. Because it's 4. Gives us 4 and -3. Unless I'm supposed to apply this to something. No. It's not doing anything. Okay, so this is not it. I feel like there's a smarter way to do this. But my brain is limited right now. Because I know that this times the distance I need to travel will get me this, right? So if we do like V2 plus distance times some magnitude, that'll give me this position, right? But what is the magnitude that we're searching for? And that's the question. And I guess the magnitude I was saying is the V1, right? So V2 is 1, 5 plus 0, -1. And then the magnitude we need to travel is, I don't know, from 5 to 2 here. So if we do 5, 2 here, that's going to be 1, 5 plus 0 -2. Oh. You know what? That's silly. It should actually be one of these. V1 minus V2. Isn't it? It's supposed to be that. I think so. Okay. That makes sense now. All right, everyone. I think I found something. Curtis says, can I time out someone that's not watching for 3 seconds? Just want to test it out. Are you trying to see if you can untime out someone? Because that's a suspicious behavior. Who are you going to time out? There's nobody to time out here. Denimal says, I don't like this math. I'm going to make Ezra do squats soon if he doesn't stop. I'm kidding. I see he raised the squats. He didn't want his quads to get too swole. It's about to burst out of my leg right now. My quads, I mean. Hey, Denimal. Aren't you free to start a 5 for a month? About what? Oh, Void. I heard Void and Doe is making something, and I'm supposed to help a little bit. There's a surprise. I think that'll be cool. Okay, so this is what happened. Doesn't matter where point 1 is and point 2 is, right? Okay, this is point 1, point 2. If we do, let's say we're going from here to here, point 2 minus point 1 will give me a vector of basically x and y. Right? This is how much it needs to travel. If I do 0.2 minus 0.1. This is how much I need to travel. That means 0.1 plus this thing, x and y, equals P2. We already know that. And this position right here is basically traversing from 0.1 in the direction of the entrance position, direction. So, for example, if this direction happens to be 0, 1, then we want to multiply this by y amount. We want to travel by y amount equals 0, y. So I think we take the diff. So diff times the direction, add that to the point, will give me this thing right here is my hope. Okay. Does that make sense? I think logically makes sense. So the diff will give me the x and y components that I need to go up or down, right or left. So diff is giving me from the point itself how much I need to travel. Now we're saying for this cross section, we just need to travel in the direction of the this direction. So let's try that. So we have new formula right now. So in this case where we go, we want to make an L shape from 0.1 to 0.2 with direction 1 and direction 2 this way. What is 0.3? And we're claiming, well, I'm claiming that 0.3 direction will be whatever point, doesn't matter. We'll pick 1, 0.1, plus in the direction of the entrance times the difference between the 2 points. That's what I'm claiming now. Okay? All right. Courage, Doe has volunteered to be muted. I think so. So let's apply it in real life here, because I've been keep using this example. So if I have an x and y axis where this is positive x and this is negative y, we say, let's say this right here is 0.1, which is, I don't know, 2 and 1. And then we have 0.2. Let's say this is, I don't know, what does it look like? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's say 6 and 3. That means if we want to, let's say, draw this L shape, right? This L shape. Hopefully my face is not covering it. You guys can really see the top of my head really well. I guess I should just look at the screen, huh? Then the desired 0.3 is what? Y equals 3, x equals 2. So 2, 3 is what we're looking for. And this direction is what? -1, 0. And this is 0, 1. So according to this formula, we're hoping that 0.1, which is 2, 1, plus the direction of 1, 0, 1, times the difference between 0.2, which is 6, 3, minus 2, 1. Let's see what that comes out to. 2, 1, plus 0, 1, times 6 minus 2 is 4, 3 minus 2, 1 is 2, will equal to 2, 1, plus 0, 2 equals 2, 3. Oh, yes! It's working! We got it. We got the math. McCray says, why do you do your ordered pairs like that? It's just easier to see. Also, it's a habit from vector math. Maybe if you do linear algebra later, or like when you get to like certain level of calculus and when you're doing vector calculation, especially in physics, they like to write their vector this way instead of pair, because it's easier to do the math and cross later when you do like cross multiplication or dot product. It makes more sense to write it that way. Okay, cool. Oh shoot, I just closed it. Do I remember it? Cross point equals P1 plus direction 1 times P2 minus P1. Okay, I think I got it. So what we actually need our crossing point vector 2i will equal to point 1, which is the entrance position, plus d1, which is the entrance direction, times the difference between the exit position minus entrance position, which is entrance position. Okay. That should do it, I think. Except some of the vector stuff, because this is vector 2. We're going to have to make it vector 2i once it converts, I think. Direction is vector 2. I suppose we're going to make this into a vector 2. And then once it reaches here, vector 2i. There you go. Okay, so this is the crossing point. Yes, finally. Well, that's satisfying. I'm contemplating if I should end early today. Of course, says, quick, click the stream. What? Why? Oh, so I can remember it. Anyways, I mean, I got it. So this is the crossing point in the L, which means we want to draw a line now. So we can place room, can place line. We want to do this test here. So first thing is I want to see if I can place a line between entrance position and ending position. Yeah. Yeah, I think I can do that. So entrance position to the end position, which is I might fail because the entrance position is also considered. Hold on. I want to see if no, it'll be fine. Okay. Can place. Well, actually, give me a second, just a second. Reason I'm pausing is because I don't know if I'm actually populating the matrix with the event layer as well. I shouldn't. Event layer should not have any map presence. So I'm trying to make sure I don't do that. Place in a matrix. Remove from the matrix. When we're placing in a matrix here, that's a line. Place room. Ah, here it is. Place room. If it is not empty cell, we're entering it. But the logic of this is if we should skip the event layer. I guess I should do I, huh? Var layer equals map layers I in size, and if I equals event layer index. Then we continue. We are skipping event layer here. Okay, cool. So we're saying, hey, can we place a line between entrance position and then the crossing point? And I don't know if it needs to be exclusive or inclusive, I guess. And then we're gonna also check, can we place a line in matrix between end position, or yeah, exit position and the crossing point? If these two are true, then we're going to place those lines, I think. It says too few arguments. Missing the matrix. Okay. Wait, what do I need to provide the matrix for? Can place. Ah, yes. We're checking it in the matrix. Okay, cool. So the last argument is layout matrix. So I'm saying, hey, can I lay it out in the layout matrix? And then we say, hey, can I lay it out in the layout matrix here? For the debugging purposes, Denimal says exclusively inclusive. It's exclusively inclusive. I think it needs to inclusive right now. I know it can be a little confusing, but we're going to have to do it. Voice says, aren't you free to start a file? No. Voice says, not yet. I'm working with Ez to set it up. Also, as I'm adding the wheel to it, it has been far too long. I know. We need the wheel back. Wheel is definitely the maximum entertainment. Courage is practicing his mod privileges in YouTube. All right. Next. So we're testing this lines. Actually, before I do that, I want to do the whole placing in the testing thing, which is place an L. Where's a test placement? Testing matrix or test matrix. I forgot what the matrix is called for the test. Testing layout matrix. Yes. Oh, we're doing it on the Ken. Okay. So we should probably do that here as well, actually. So we're gonna do can place line and matrix. We'll be doing these things where I go place line and matrix, and we're doing from here to here, and we're gonna do it on the testing layout. Ooh. This probably doesn't require the matrix, huh? Can place doesn't require matrix. Yep, there it is. Can place should by default use the actual layout matrix. There you go. And then over here, place line and matrix, we're going to use a testing layout. Await next, and then remove line and matrix. Remove line and matrix will be exactly same as place, except instead of -1 in those places, remove line in the matrix, we're going to set it to 0 in those places. Cool. We got that. And over here is something. I don't need any of those things. I don't need to provide the room matrix at all. So we say, well, can place matrix is a coroutine. Oh, I got to wait on these. I'll wait on this. I'll wait on this. So once they get checked, If they pass, we're probably going to return true on this, and then also place those 2 lines where we go. Place line in matrix for entrance to the crossing point on the actual matrix, layout matrix, and then do the same thing for the exit position to the crossing point. So we have the L now. I want to see what that looks like. I will turn on the debugging mode real quick. Debugging mode, here it is, true. And let's see what that looks like. Courage says, I was being a good mod. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, no problem. I don't remember giving you advice, but it's okay. Ooh. What's going on here? Identifier pause. Oh, whoops. Okay, one more time. Is there no other bug here? There you go. One more time. Okay, that's straight line. This is not an L shape. So far, no L shape. I think that's why we don't see any of the corridors. Because it seems like the L-shaped test is not happening. I made it so that I can do spacebar to track what's going on. It's attempting different type of connections. This is, I mean, I feel like this should be the L-shaped test. Oh, let me see. L, L, L. Side by side, places facing L. Oh, I guess not. I wonder what testing this is. It's trying. I didn't break my game. I just added this thing so that I can see what's going on. Huh. I guess the L shape never happens for some reason. Oh, wait. Why is this never being called? Oh, it's not being called. Whoops. Okay, so I have the place corridor logic implemented, but I didn't do it. We got to do it here, actually. Basically, try to place corridor. I suppose it needs to check func can place corridor in L, and then provide all these things. Let's see. Weird Voice says, what's happening? It's a little debug minimap. I made a bitmap image, like a coded image, to represent all the maps so that I can see it in one shot what's going on. But basically I want to do exactly the same thing except never actually place the thing. So this can place corridor logic should do exactly the same thing as actually placing it, except we return this instead, I think. What's it missing? Oh, there you go. So we're doing the check here, can place corridor in an L. So when it's placing an L, it's going to say, hey, can we place the room in the matrix? If so, can we place the corridor in that shape? And that needs to provide source room, which is place room in matrix position room. Okay. Where is it? the source room is here. Up here. Needs to provide source room, the entrance position. Where is it? Enter direction, entrance position. And then it needs to provide the exit room. And then needs to provide its exit position. I don't even think I need the rooms for this. Actually, let me see. Corridor and L. It's actually not. Oh, it is using it because I need the direction. Okay, cool. Expected. Okay, and then I give it a thing. If it can place it, do that, and then we're gonna say place corridor in L shape in that same manner. Boom. Let's see. Blumage says probably just not typing. What? Courage, you should have I was being a good mod. Thanks for the advice, Void. What, you broke your game? Wait, Dev, are you still in timeout? Blumage says probably just not typing. Yeah, Blumage BRB. Okay. You know, you should just make yourself an alt and ban yourself and see what happens if you really want to know. Revy says all this talk of the Matrix. Exactly. Hi, Revy. Okay, I still don't see any corridors. I'm just hoping that that just means that there's no corridor to draw. This looks like a non-corridor map. I gotta press spacebar quite a lot for this. I mean, hindsight, I should have made it so that it's based on the timer. Yeah, I feel like this one is the L one. Huh, hold on. Something's not happening. I'm gonna see if this ever runs, actually. Better yet, actually. What if I make this false? And see if it ever runs into the L. It does. Okay. But I don't see a corridor here. It ran an L, but I don't see a corridor. Is it because of -1? Let's do that again. I thought the corridor was -1, but it's not. Division by 0. Ooh. That's right. 0 divided by 0. Let's see, let's see. Crazy Night Pro says, I am Courage Dev, time to ban myself. Okay, I see. Yes, so many alternate accounts. Denimal says, Ezra decided to take the red pill. What? Oh, because of the Matrix. Not me taking so long to actually understand what that means. Revy says, I was thinking we should try to get together one this week or the next if we've got some time free. Catch up, talk about our projects. Yeah, we can. Should I do IRL or do you want to talk off stream? Well, one thing is easier than the other, I guess. But yeah, we should chat. I'm pretty much free. So I know I'm asking a lot for you to take initiative here, but if you can, because like I'm the one without work, I feel like I should be more flexible. So if you, Revy, have a place and time in mind, I'll make it work. Okay. Yeah, sounds great. I suppose I do have like workout schedule and stuff, but it's pretty flexible. Yeah. Okay. Division by 0 is an issue. How do I solve this? I still want to just extract it. What I can do is this. So if I multiply by its absolute version of itself. No, that's not going to work. I guess alternatively, I could just normalize. Oh, can I not normalize? I mean, it's clearly vector 2i. Oh, I see, because it's not a regular. I mean, technically this is normalization, but if it's 0, it doesn't like to work. So I think what I need to do is simply because I just want to extract a sign. I mean, it's not going to be guaranteed to be normalized either. I'll just say it'll take between this and vector 2i of 1, 1, because it's absolute value. Take the bigger of the two. I guess component-wise max? I wonder if there's something here. Yeah, this is what I need to do. Because if I do max on the whole vector, it takes the whole vector. It compares the magnitude. If you want a component-wise so that it picks... So basically, if there's any component that is 0, it's going to be replaced as 1. And this division is going to come to 0 anyways. So it should be okay, I think. Okay, ren. And I want to know how it's placing it. Oh, the -1 never happened, actually. Place in the matrix. So place line in matrix. I came over here. I want to see if this ever happens, actually. Oh, still... Wait. Oh. That whole same thing happened up here, too. There you go. This is how professionals reuse their code, by copying and pasting. Voice says, excellent. Courage, excellent. Huh? What did Courage do? Revy says, I'm free anytime after 3:30 for the most part. Some days I can get away with leaving work early too. Okay. Yeah. Probably Friday then, I think. Friday or... I mean, I'm free tomorrow. Friday, Wednesday, Saturday, anytime. As long as I have time beforehand. Turbock Gaming YouTube says, hello, hi. Which engine are you using? I'm using Godot. I'm using Godot right now. Okay, so this part of the code never reaches. So that's definitely broken. So let's see what the debugging process here is. Invalid operands int. So this is infinite. Oh. Wait, why is this infinite? Hold on. Let me see what's happening here. Hello? I guess it just never selects it. It never gets here? Huh. I gotta do it until it gets there. I see. I find it surprising that this never reaches. Okay. Apparently, I'm getting really lucky and not making these like L-shaped line thing. I'm really surprised. Hold on. I got to make sure that the place in L shape actually comes through. Okay, angle to exit is negative pi. Negative pi. So pi is 180 degree. So they're opposite of each other. Okay, that's fine. We don't care about that. I guess it just never comes to this point, huh? And this is supposed to be doors facing the same direction. Yes. And then this one is supposed to be... All right, well, let's see how often that happens. Negative pi. Negative pi. Oh, because I'm always choosing the closest door. That's right. Okay. Because we're biasing towards doing a straight line entrance. You know what? That's okay. We're going to do a line check here then. So we did can place room in matrix thing. Now, on top of that, we want to go await can place line in matrix. And we're testing starting position, which would be the entrance position. And then going all the way to the ending position, exit position here. If that is possible, we're going to just place line in matrix. Thanks for the sub, I guess. Terabyte Gaming. Oh, yes, on YouTube. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Terabyte says, I use Unity, but I've always wanted to learn Godot. Godot is fun. It's pretty easy, especially if you've already been using Unity for a while. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. You know, obviously, you know your benefits. It's open source. It's continuously being developed. It's not IPO, so you don't have to worry about paying later in the licensing position. If you think there's a bug in the engine, you can make your own code changes. You can make your own fork, blah, blah, blah. Lack of support would normally be an issue, but like, it's not like Unity gives you good support. But yeah, no, I'm being a little facetious, but it's good. It's good. Room layout matrix. Okay, cool. So we do straight line. Hopefully that'll work. Oh, finally. Okay, this one says, okay, yes. Oh, right. We ran into this thing, the whole infinite thing. Large leg is 3. I is 0. This is 4. Invalid operand. Oh, this is a float. Well, this should be a integer. I'm guessing. I mean, I thought the ceiling would make it an integer, but I guess I still need to do that, huh? Separately. I wonder if it just casts or if it's gonna yell at me for casting wrongly. It still says this is float. Hello? Oh. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right, so far so good. All right, some corridor drawing. All right, look at this. All right. That's not quite where I wanted it. Look at this corridor. That's not where I wanted it. What? Doe says, I also have many accounts. I know, Doe. You've been spamming my YouTube videos with different comments. Which I guess I should be thankful for, as long as it doesn't mess with like algorithm. I don't want people to be like, oh, this account just gets a bunch of trolls. And I'm like, oh no, please. I swear they can behave sometimes. You know, Cooley says, hey, it's a corridor. Game said never said where. Yeah, exactly. It's just drawing wherever it wants. It's like, hey, you wanted a corridor. Don't yell at me. I'm like, all right. I definitely, clearly I did some sort of, oh, I know why. Okay, so the error I made was I provided the position of the entrance when it's supposed to be relative to the room. So I actually need to change it so that anytime I provide these things, I need to also provide the source room's grid position plus the entrance position. I'm not sure. I don't think the exit room. Okay, well, let's see. Grid position. Let's see where it gets updated. Because once I place it, it gets updated. So it's not always going to be updated, the exit room's position. That's unfortunate. Oh, okay. I need to do something about this. So the source room will have a grid position available. The exit room doesn't have any position information yet because I haven't placed it yet. So the exit position needs to be relative to the exit room, but that information is missing. So I need ways to make sure that that gets translated appropriately, which is a whole thing, unfortunately. Whew. Okay, well then. So testing room. Oh, we have a testing room position anyways. Okay, that's good. So this one, we can say testing room position plus exit position. And this one's going to be source room grid position plus entrance position. Nice. And then same thing here. And then same thing over here. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh. Getting it. I'm getting it. Courage and Doe is just cosplaying mod and non-mod activity. Denimal says, haha, sometimes. Okay. So we got that. Let's do this one right here. So crossing point. All right. So the crossing point is, all right, one more time. The entrance position needs to be changed completely. This is going to be a pain in the end. So I'm going to have global entrance position. Global being in the matrix where it is. So that's going to be a source room grid position plus entrance position. And then we need a global exit position, which is not going to be available here because exit position is unknown, right? We're trying to place it in a line here. Entrance position, crossing point. Oh, this is corridor. And okay. Exit room. We need one more where might actually have to update the room position here. I might have to just like trust that the exit room's grid position is updated already. And then do exit position like that. And so global entrance position, enter direction is fine. Global exit position. And then we diff it to the global entrance position. Nice. And we go from global entrance to the crossing point and global exit to the crossing point. And same thing we're going to draw a line from the global version. Place corridor in L. The exit room here. Grid position needs to be updated so that it takes in the testing X room position. Cool. Okay. Is that everybody? And we're going to place a corridor between source room and exit position will be the... Oh, I don't need to do that, huh? Oh, shoot. Because testing exit position is already a global position. Whoops. Hold on. Global entrance position plus enter direction, exit direction. Doesn't say anything about the exit position, so I should probably give it just regular exit position here. So at least the L gives the global version of it, huh? And then the entrance position should be also the global entrance position. So don't assume that it's global. Over here, I'm making a global version of it. Source, and then exit position, yes. Okay. I think that's it. I also misspelled corridor here. There's so many places. Okay, so I'm providing relative position and the room information. Room is updating with the testing position. And here, exit position is used as is. Entrance is used as is. And cross point is... Okay, this one also needs to use a global position to calculate. Hindsight, I really should have made it so that it reuses the code, but hindsight, Schweinside. Can place line and matrix will take global entrance position. Grid position plus, yeah. And the crossing point is global. And then we're going to, we're going to take global exit position and crossing point. Whew. Let's see. This is a bit tricky, definitely. Okay, side by side is okay. Let's see. Okay. Almost. Look at this. It tried. It tried to write a L corridor. I'm not sure if it's going to just break every time. Okay. Promising. Seems like some of the corridors can be just 0. We need to probably make it so that they don't overlap. Like, overlap should be counted if it's +1, its size as well. It needs like an extra margin, I think, when it's checking. So when I'm placing a room in matrix, can place room in matrix, we should probably do one more, honestly, or 2 more on both sides. So there's a margin, I think. And then the margin means this is going to be margin size. I guess I should probably provide constant room margin size. I'm going to say 2 which I guess isn't. So when I'm placing it, remove line, matrix place, can place room. Place room, can place room. And we're going to do by the margin size times 2. Margin size times 2. The matrix position. Actually, should the margin be checked separately? Maybe here. So room cell position will be this. Minus room margin size times 2 on both sides. And base, no, actually, it's just going to do margin size 1. And basically, if x is greater or x is less than margin size, or x is greater than room size plus margin size. Okay. So if x is greater than the margin plus the room size, or y is less than room margin size, or y is greater than room, get room size, y plus room margin size. So these are the margins. We're going to check this. Return if that spot is not 0, then false. So we're checking the margin here. Matrix position that we're checking. Hold on. This is the room cell position. In the matrix position, we just want to simply add x and y here. To I think. Cooley says, this makes my head hurt. It is kind of confusing right now. But basically, on the matrix, we're checking from the position and these iteration. Before the room position, we got to consider the margin that we're checking because it's relative to the margin, right? So x equals, let's say margin is 2, then x equals 2 is actually 0 because 0 and 1 is the margin. Hopefully. Okay. That. The corridor is going to be its own thing, but let's see how this starts out. Okay, so I updated a tester so that the margin requires the tester needs to clear the margin in order for it to be clearing the test. I mean, technically, that's not going to do what I want it to do. Also, this corridor, look at this funky corridor. It's not really working. Ugh, I wish I could get up close to it to see what's going on. Like this one is claiming that these two are the connection. But we'll see. We can do this true like that and see what's actually happening. Oh, division by 0 again. Strikes back. The sign vector math strikes back. There you go. Did something else break? Oh. Oh. Infinite. Oh, this is a case where this became infinite. Kind of weird. All right. Hold on. I pressed space here by mistake. Space character. Where did I add the space? Oh, there it is. Okay. Sometimes the math is not mathing. It says it's infinite, which is weird. Because what I do here, 1, 0. So 1 and 0, max is 1. Float 1 divided by 0. Oh. I did division by 0. Okay, hold on. Where voice says high level game deving right here. High level where I just press and spam spacebar, right? So quality. Okay. So clearly the smaller leg in this case sometimes can be 0. If that's the case, I wonder if I can do more than, okay. So minimum 1 or 0 here. I guess, hold on. If I don't need to go a direction, y equals 0 is a bias. Oh, okay, that's going to be, because that means we don't want to move in the other direction at all. So it doesn't really work in this sense. Because it's going to be 3. I see. What should, hold on. We divided it in order to know X or Y, like which way we need to increment more. But if one of the side is 0, we want it so that it only go towards the bias. It only increments towards the bias. Always. Large deck increment. Okay. So one thing I can do, which I feel like is a little bit weird, but I could say if large leg increment is INF. I don't know if I can do that. If, is that a thing I can do? Positive floating point infinity. This is a result of floating point division when divisor is 0. For negative infinity. Okay. Or negative infinity. Then we basically only want to increment towards our bias. Yes. So I guess we could flip this. I don't want to do this. This nested thing is a little bit ugly, but yeah. Maybe? I don't know. Let's see if that works. Corey says, are you going to learn 3D? I feel like I should. There's like a little corridor right here. I thought the corridor was supposed to be white, but... Oh, something's happening. I don't know. I feel like something's happening. It's hard to tell. It looks like it's kind of working, so we'll see. Rob Bianco, hi Rob. Welcome, welcome. You know, it's hard to tell. All right. Well, let's do it without the debugger and see what the resulting map looks like. Okay. Still yet to see an L corridor, which is its own thing. Kurt says, also, can I untime out people? I'm not really sure. I don't think that's something... Like, even I don't know how to do that. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it, but I don't know how to do it. Gabe Horn says, this looks awesome already. Does it? It's just this. I mean, to be fair, I already have the game working. I'm just reworking on the generation. That's why this is what you see. But until I fix this, I don't think I can go back to playing the game or like doing the regular version of the game. But thanks, Gabe. McCoy says, next Ezra project, 3D game where the main character or player is 3D model scan of Ezra himself. I feel like that's a little bit too full of myself. Cooley says, all physics or logic on 2x's, I mean. What? Cooley says, if you want to dip into 3D, I recommend making a 2D game, but have it 3D. Basically, you keep the game on 2x's and 3D for depth. Yeah, I think that would be... I mean, 2.5 is probably the first thing I will do. Cooley says, all physics logic on 2x's. Yeah. Daniel says, sorry, I was working. Is that a graphical representation of what is going on when your dungeon is generating? Yes. Yes, it is. I made it so that I have a signal that emits, and I made it so that, or basically I emit a signal called next when I press spacebar. And in places that I wanted to debug, I basically put a weight on it, and I have a graphic logic that is always drawing. So the map is always being drawn by the graphic logic. And if I pause in the middle of it, then you're going to see an updated version of it. So, but you know, that's the graphic representation of my map. But the corridor is definitely still not working. It's a little funky because it's like, it almost feels like it's working. Like we're here, right? It's almost promising. It's almost there, but it's not quite there. Also, I made it so that it gives up placing the room if it just doesn't quite work. So sometimes you see the boss room just straight up missing, which is its own problem. But my hope is that once I finish this, I can first do a little tutorial / plugin, because I want this to be a plugin. That's my other goal. That's why I'm making this like level generator, base room like code more generally applicable. But that's going to be a long time down the road, I think. Revi says, you can write a new timeout and make it like 1 second. Yeah, I could. I think Courage really wants to just like unban the troll account. Cooley says, it is. Revi says, and it'll overwrite the old ones. Oh, for the modding? So you can click on person and give them the new timeout, and then it'll overwrite the old one. Okay. Revi says, I think /unban works also. Well, Courage is on YouTube. I think he's asking about how to do that in YouTube. I don't know if the commands work the same. Courage says, the lowest it goes is 10 seconds. I see. Demo says, awesome. Revi says, oh no, I read that. Demo also says, I'm going to steal that and utilize that idea for my debugging. Oh, great. Yeah, steal away. Revi says, oh, I don't know about YouTube. Whoops. Yeah. YouTube's its own beast. I also don't know how to pull up like the viewer list and stuff like that. So anyways, okay. What do we got here? Corridor. Oh man, this corridor is struggling. Okay. So clearly I'm going to do this thing true, so I can do the debug version of it. The L-shaped corridor is not quite working, but you know what? Just so that I know that everything is trying to draw a corridor, we're going to make a side-by-side corridor as well. Side-by-side corridor is this. So intention for side-by-side is a, what do you call? I don't know what to call this shape, but you'll see what I mean when I draw it out. Basically, what I want to do is side-by-side intention is one of these. One of these. This, it doesn't matter. Or like this. Like that. So this little two-turn corners. And basically, depending on what's out here, because so the L one was simple. There is no other way to, given a 2-room, let's see. Jeez. Can I delete all this? So this one is going to be complicated. It's funny that I'm doing the next part when I'm not even done with the one part. But basically, given 2-room, L shape, there's only one way to draw an L shape with a direction. But with this, you have an option to make this any length you need, these two. So it'll have to scan through up and down in order to make that corridor. So we got to do that. That's going to be interesting too. Just like the whole math we did earlier, we might actually have to do a new math here. Let me see if I can figure this out. Hold on. Void says, Doe don't cause trouble for courage on YouTube. Demo says, more math. Yes, more math indeed. Wrong account or wrong application. I think it's pretty easy actually, because we've already done the whole L math. Like we can find this out given this. But now we have this. So let's see. Do we like math? I mean, it's kind of necessary for me. And also I'm finding it out myself. Like, it's not like I know what I'm doing. It's like I'm trying to figure out what to do. Okay, so let's see. We have an entrance with certain direction. And we have another one with the same direction. The directions are the same for this one. That's the condition. And if we draw this shape, we're saying the variance will be going from magnitude 1 to magnitude 2, right? So that's the variance where we say basically the thing that we're changing is probably length. Let's call this length, right? So that's going to be a variable. L will be variable. And this point is just basically, actually, you know what? It's actually pretty simple. And this length right here is, what do you call? What should it be? And this is, okay. Well, first of all, if we know L, the 0.3 is simply 0.3 equals 0.1 times direction 1. Or not 0.1. It's 0.1 plus direction 1 times length, right? Because direction 1 gives this vector thing. So we know 0.3. Now that we know 0.3, we can use that other logic, right? Other logic was what? 0.4 equals, and we're doing that L-shaped thing now, is basically, what did we say the L-shaped logic was? Wow, we're building tools here. Oh, thanks for the follow, Blue. And another follower goal. Here we are. Cooley says it's like having a flashlight as a second monitor when he pulls up Paint to Discord. You know, say, hey, how else are you going to be able to see? We need the white background. So the crossing point logic we had earlier, if I can remember correctly. Crossing point. Hopefully it's correct, but you know. L, corridor in L. Ah, there it is. So it's P1 plus direction 1 times difference between the two entrances. So it was P4 will be P2, right? Plus direction of the 2, D2, right? Times, what is it? Difference. The difference of P3 and P2. That's going to give us the P4, right? And we know this because we already proved this whole L-shaped thing. So this will give us. So L is varying. So for each L, we're going to do one of these things. And then P4 will be this. And then now we just draw 1, 2, 3 lines every time and check if those things are possible. I think it makes sense. I think so. Let's see. Let's figure this out. So for side by side, Courage and Doe is just having a conversation here. Guys, can you keep it off the chat, please? I can't. It's like I don't know if I'm gonna have any chat that I need to read. They're fighting because, well, they're not fighting. They're play fighting because Courage, our new YouTube mod, is also kind of suspicious mod. And he wants to learn how to mute people. And he is muting and unmuting people. There's a little drama here, so don't mind them. Voice says, as I'm dipping out, have a good stream. Also, Courage, don't mind Doe much. He'll quiet down after a few minutes. I think they're both on the same level of troll here. Bye, Void. See you soon. I'm going to try to do the side-by-side corridor here. Only thing is that the whole, like, L situation. I'm not sure. But we'll do the side-by-side real quick. Ooh, you know what? I don't even need to do the whole L thing. Because I already have a... we have a placing the corridor in L shape. And we have the... but then this whole L shape requires a room. Instead of using the coordinates. I wonder if I can make it so that it doesn't... Instead of using the room information, it just uses the direction information. I guess it should. Hold on. Source direction could be vector 2. And then instead of exit room... no, but then I need the grid position for the... maybe I can expect it to provide the global position then. Let's do that. Okay, I'm going to change the L logic so that it takes in the direction instead of the room. There are 2 here. So we don't need these 2 things. Oh, whoops. Okay, I messed up a little bit here. Place an L. We need L, corridor in L. This is what we wanted to edit, actually. Like that. Can place corridor in L. Instead of source room, it's going to take source direction or enter direction. Enter direction, which will be vector 2. Instead of exit room, it'll be exit direction, vector 2. And so we don't need this anymore. It's going to assume that the exit and entrance position is global. Given that these things are global, we're going to calculate the crossing point, which will be entrance position plus entrance direction. And then exit position here. And global entrance position will be entrance position as well. Like that. And then it's going to see if I can place a line in between those 2 points. Entrance position to crossing point and exit position to crossing point. Okay. And then actually placing the corridor in L shape, same thing we're going to do here. Instead of using room as an information, we're going to just use direction and position only, so it doesn't rely on the room information. Delete all these things. We're going to have this instead. And then when placing the shape, we don't check if it's possible or not. We just do it. We just do as we are told, which is entrance position, exit position to the thing, and then we're going to place it. No need for Boolean. Just draw the L. Okay? Because the can is already checking for it. Denimal says, Courage is power hungry. What have you done? I know. But we did say Courage will give him 1 month to see how it goes. If it's like not very helpful or if it's more harm, then, you know, we can just kick. That's not a problem. All right. Cooley says, I wonder if it's just Courage and one of their alts. Okay, here's my theory. Okay, here's a mod theory. As soon as I gave Courage the mod permission to YouTube as to try out, the troll account called Jeffrey Dahmer came and say, I'm going to eat you. And I immediately muted Jeffrey Dahmer for indefinite time. And then he asked, how do I mute people or how do I unmute people? So my working theory right now is Courage wants to troll me with alt accounts and is trying to test the limits of the modness to ban and unban things. And so we're testing him out. I know I'm saying this publicly, so we can verify if that test theory is true or not. But, you know, there's not much harm that can be done so far, so... Cooley says, it's all coming together now. It's the whole, like the, what do you call? Conspiracy theory board. Daniel says, what a mastermind, exactly. And I'm letting him do whatever, I guess. Okay, let me fix some of these things. So when we're placing the room in L shape, we're attempting to place the exit room in L shape. We're going to see, can I place a corridor in L shape? And we got to do it by providing the entrance direction and global position of the entrance, which is global entrance position. And then the exit direction. And then the global position of exit direction, which is testing exit position right there. Boom. So I don't need to set any values anymore. Same thing here. Source room will be replaced by enter direction, global entrance position, exit direction, and testing exit position. And testing exit position is indeed global entrance plus this shape. Perfect. Nice. Okay. No other bugs here. I mean, there are a bunch of warning telling me that some of these variables are not being used. Fine, I'll delete it. Is never used. Huh. Interesting. Well, whatever. That's minor. Cell position is never used. Huh, why is this never used? Weird. Wait, why is this never used? Huh, okay. Because it's checking if I can place it. It's looking for collision. I mean, it should only check for collision if it is not empty, though. So I should actually have that. The margin you check regardless, I think. Oh, you know what? Actually, hold on. I gotta change this margin logic. So instead of doing this, okay. I'm gonna change this. Instead of doing the whole margin thing this way, what I'm gonna do is do the whole if thing. The same logic here. Right. If the cell position of the room is not empty and the matrix is not empty, we're returning false here. Matrix is probably going to be just what do you call layout matrix, like that. Oh, whoops. Like that. There you go. But it's also going to check its neighboring cells by the margin amount, I think. So anytime I'm placing a thing, so we got to have a margin of, let's say margin of 2 here. That means anytime I'm checking to place it, where is it? Can place line, can place room in matrix. When it's checking this, it's actually going to check for plus or minus margin on both directions. So if it is not empty, then check the cell itself and the neighboring cell. Denimal says, I'm done work. Gotta go. Catch y'all later. Bye, Denimal. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, let's see. Matrix. I guess I should do a loop. So I go for I in margin size, room margin size. We're going to check if, okay, if the matrix, well, And the matrices, we need to do 4 things, I think. We go room layout matrix itself, the center, the part that we're checking, right? Because it's the position, is the room position, plus this room location. Is not 0. Or, so we're saying, if any of these conditions true, then we're going to fail this. So we're going to have 4 neighbors and a self, right? So we're thinking of 5 lines here. Like that. Then we return true. Or false, I mean. So for the margins, we're saying, hey, at the center of this thing is the room empty. If it is not, check the position plus I here, plus I here, minus I here, and then minus I here. If any of these locations are not empty, I guess this one is part of it. I guess it goes from 0, huh? So I don't even need to do this. I can get rid of this. Like that. So if these margins, the 4 surrounding cells of the matrix of the center, if they are not empty, then you can't place it. So this will give me the room margin, I think. Whew. That was a little complicated, but we did it. Hey, Creative Waste. Welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Courage says, anyways, who are you rating, Captain? Are we already thinking about rating? We still have some time. Give me some time. And the raid will come up, naturally. One of the people that I am friends with, I'm sure. I still have to pay back all the raids I have received so far, so. But we'll see, we'll see. Okay. Can place room in. Okay, so I did that. I can also do the margin logic on the corridor, I guess. The lines. Place room in matrix. Can place line in matrix. So we'll also do the line logic here. With this thing, where we're checking if the room layout in this position is 0 or not. So we're going to do the same thing where K in room margin size, where we do, hey, is plus K. We're going to do a bunch of it. If this or this or this or this, and this will be plus K minus K plus K minus K here, or if these locations are if any of these location is populated, then you can't. Cool. So we have some margin logic here. Next up, we're saying we needed the side-by-side corridor logic, this thing right here. So when we're about to place this side-by-side, we're testing if the room can be placed this way. Positive exit, da, da, da. On top of it, we need to check in that position. But this is so hard. I don't want to do this part because I have to also do a varying length too. No error yet, right? I feel like I need to do that because, like, I don't think I see any other corridor logic being drawn here. Oh, see? It's trying this corridor, but it's definitely getting interrupted. So it's like, oh, I can't do that. Yeah. Okay, so it is kind of working in some ways. There's this little gray line. Okay, so I think the L-shaped corridor is broken. Because the tester is not going in an L shape. We need the tester to draw in L shape. So I think the L-shaped line might be a little faulty. Can place corridor, entrance position, and then we want to draw exit position to the thing. Place line and matrix. Oh, okay. Maybe it is working right. Maybe it's because it's colliding already that it's failing. Okay, I'm gonna see it. I don't know why it's all failing like that. Huh. We'll just do timer instead of this. We'll just do a wait regularly. Okay, let's see. Our auto progress seconds. Let's say we do every 0.1 second here. Basically, time since update will equal to 0. And then it'll be float plus equals delta if time since update is greater than or equal to auto progress seconds, then next dot emit. And we'll just make it like, I don't know, 0.1 is probably fine. Okay, something's happening, I think. I don't know why it's testing all of this. Like, this should be allowed. For some reason, it thought that was not allowed with the room. Why is it so small, though? I zoomed it out, and with the margin, matrix is this big because just in case I need enough room to work with. So I made the matrix big. And I plan on trimming it down. That's why it's big right now. Let me think about this. It's definitely drawing a straight line, but it's failing. Like, the initial placement of this thing shouldn't be testing so much. Like, it should just work. But there's this tiny corridor right here that's getting placed. Something's happening. It's clearly something's happening. Hold on. Let me make this even shorter. It's taking forever. 0.05. Cooley says, may want to reset time since last update. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, whoops. You're right. It wasn't doing that. Oh. Okay. I wonder if there's like invisible room here somewhere for some reason. Okay, okay. Like, this makes no sense to me. It's clearly the testing is colliding with this bit right here, but I don't know what that bit is. Like, where it's coming from. Let me see. I want to do a facing thing. See what's happening here. Room placement, place them facing each other. And we are doing this. And we're seeing if the room can be placed, which has already been placed. And that's going to do, can place line and matrix. And we're going from the entrance position, which is right here, testing layout. And we're not actually placing anything here, right? Oh, because of the margin. Ugh. Okay, well, for now, let's do margin equals 0. Because, yeah, because the corridors are right next to a room, so the margin is not going to work. The margin is actually really messing it up. We're going to have to do the margin logic later. I got to confirm that the corridor logic works first. Okay, well, clearly this is putting things on top of each other. Okay. Courage says, are you tired of my constant talking? I'm not tired of it, but if you keep talking, it's going to be really hard for me to pay attention to the chat. So I don't notice if you're typing, Courage. Cooley says, gotta admit, it's fascinating to watch even if it doesn't work fully yet. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cool. Like, this corridor is clearly correct. Room being right next to each other, I'm not sure if that's intended design or not. That's pretty interesting for sure. It's trying. The room's trying. I mean, technically these rooms are connected to each other, I suppose. Doesn't look like it's inclusive though, lines. I mean, it's definitely interesting. Something's happening, you know? We can make it a little bit faster, actually. Let's do that again. I think this is as fast as it can be. See, I see this like corridor right here. Like right here. It has like a tiny bit of corridor, but they're not really there. It's not real. So I'm not really sure what's happening with that one. And also the locked corridor is white. So this is locked corridor here, but nothing else is in here. So clearly there's an issue. I'm willing to bet it has to do with the L shape. We'll see. It's doing something. Okay, hold on. Let's do false. Oh man, this is a tough problem to solve, but it's fun. Okay, a little bit acceptable. All right. I'll be back. I gotta use the restroom. Ugh. Cooley says, just make 1,000 different level designs and have a random selection instead. Yeah, I don't know what's faster. Let's see. It's a little rough. I don't know if I have to do the side-by-side room first. I mean, clearly just regular corridor is not even working, I think. Because I want to see. Hold on. Place line. I want to see if this ever happens. No. Place L never happens. Place line happens all the time, it seems like. Removing line also happens, but it doesn't quite work. Value. Let's change it so that instead of -1, it takes in value as a thing. So no more removing line. Well, at least removing line can be just the call of the same thing, where I just place it, starting position, end position, and then 0 instead. Oops, I didn't mean to start that. This will be -1, -1. Place line and matrix will be -1. Because I'm thinking maybe the logic for the remove and place is not the same right now. Wait, what the heck is happening here? Oh, the matrix. Okay. There you go. And this one is being called here. Remove it, place it. Remove. We're only calling remove there. Place line. We're placing it in the layout. Yeah. Okay. Because at the end, I definitely shouldn't be seeing a gray corridor. And this one, it seems like there's a room here, which is not being drawn for some reason. I'm wondering if sometimes this drawing logic doesn't really work well. Black is 0. Oh, wait. Why is it always different is my question. Room. Spawn room. Yep. And then on this drawing, I guess the black should be 0. I think actually we need to 1 index this for the rooms. Place room. Place room in matrix. Right here, the room index is from here. I think it needs to actually be +1 because room index will be 0 because 0 is empty, right? I made that mistake. I think that's definitely a bug. Okay, a little bit better. It's going to draw something every time now. Yay. Kind of? Is this a starting room? Where's the boss room? Okay. Weird, I keep losing the boss room here. Oh, okay, there it is. This looks promising. I'm just frustrated that the corridor is never being placed in any of these cases. Or the L corridor. It's always using straight line, and that's solving everything. Okay. finally. Little cross point of L. Place line and matrix between this and this. So we're seeing that the corridor in L has been placed. And I think that should show up. I don't see an L here, right? That's going to be a problem, probably. Conic says, why are rooms in L shape? I wanted to test a irregular room shape. So because I want to be able to handle these type of rooms. So this is the stone vein room where regular stones spawn based on the configuration. And all of these are intended exits or entrances, I guess. And that's why these are that right now. This corridor is kind of weird that it doesn't go all the way in. Seems like it's exclusive, the line that I'm drawing. Let me see. Place line in matrix. End position over here. It's drawing all the way. It's just not quite enough. I guess difference is exclusive, huh? Should I do +1 here? Let's see if that makes it so that it draws the line all the way. Okay, that makes it better. It does make it so that it's inclusive. This one and this one is connected. This one and this one is connected. Everybody else is not. And that's kind of annoying. Also, we can do side by side now. Let's do side by side. I don't know why the L is not working actually. You know what? I gotta figure the L out. The whole L situation. Place facing. Place corridor in L. Which does come through sometimes. Like that. And this calculation, okay, let's see. 261, 226. 261, 231. 260, 226. And it's 261, X here, and then Y from here. So it's going to try to draw a line between 260 to this, 260 to, yeah. Oh, it's going 1 to the right, and it's going 261, 231, 10 spaces down or up. Okay. And so it goes in here. End position. Oh, you know what? I'm going to do it this way. This might be easier to debug. Place L. Place corridor in L. After doing this, after performing corridor in L, I wanted to await on next. And then what I can do is under the process, I'm going to cancel this out and then make this true. So it's going to move until I hit an L, and it's going to wait on me to do a space bar. So that one was L. And I didn't see any drawing of the corridor. This one right now, it's claiming it paused where it thinks right here. It paused right here just now, and it's waiting on me to place it. That means it's already run the line placement logic, but I don't see it. I don't see it. Another one. Actually, this should be false. Wrong one, wrong one. Okay, one more time. Conic says, oh, that is a lot of code. Yes, it is a lot of code. Generation logic is definitely tough. Okay, this one's kind of working. There's a line connected, line connected. So these are all just regularly connected roads. Or not roads, but rooms. Trying to make it so that it's just generating too nicely. Everything is just like directly connected right now. I think I also need to make it so that the facing, when I'm placing the room facing each other, they need to start from I equals 2, I think. Because they're too close to each other, I think. This one works, this one works. I don't know how these are connected. I guess it's meant to be like this. Seems a little bit better. Hold on, let's make it 15 and starts from 3. So that you can see better, I guess. Or should it be 5? They should be more spaced out. Oh, L. This is L, right? Am I crazy? I think that's an L. Okay. Conic says, do you think theoretically it would be easier to implement room generation with fixed size room on a grid-like binding of Isaac? It would be. I think so. If it is fixed size room, you know, you don't have to worry about collision. You can assume a lot of the shapes, and some of the rules are exactly the same for every one of them. The problem is if we're doing stuff like this, but that's not like this, right? Like, two things. It's not even guaranteed that the room would have only 4 entrances. This one actually has 5 entrances, and they may face different ways. And so this is getting really complicated, right? But this is necessary because if I can solve this, then I can solve equally shaped room sizes. And if I'm really making this like generic solution for dungeon generation, then, you know, this is kind of part of it. Okay, so this is looking kind of good. I feel like okay, this one is a little bit funky right here. I think I see what's going on here is trying to draw L from this to this. It's doing an L this way. Yeah. And that's wrong. It shouldn't do that. This cell shouldn't be possible because it's not in the direction of... Yeah. I need to change it so that the L direction is only one side. Let's see. Place an L. Place facing each other with this, enter direction. So we have a direction here. Ranging from 1 to this, I'll do from 2 here to the distance limit. Testing exit position. will be global entrance position plus the direction of the entrance times I. Okay. Which will go this way or left or whatever. And then we're adding it by... We're subtracting exit direction? Okay, so that's going to be an issue here. The exit position we're desiring... Oh yes, because it's negative exit direction. That's okay. Negative exit direction, because if direction is up, then we're doing it this way. So we're adding the vector towards the direction, the j amount. And at most is 2, 2 is what it's saying. Let's make it so that it's at least 3, 3. Starts from 3, 3. So it's easier to see. And that's the exit position. I'm going to make it so that the corridor is actually red because I can't see it. The white sometimes blends in with the other color, so. Okay. We got an L shape here. That's working beautifully. This one ended in the middle of it. Not sure what this is about. Guessing there's another room here that I can't see in some color. We said black is 0 though. We'll see. I think it's working kind of. Let me do side-by-side logic and then see if everybody gets connected. Because basically I made the logic so that if they can't be connected, they can't be placed. These, there's an L shape here. Beautiful, regular. Okay. This one technically is not connected to anything, so I'm guessing this is meant to be this side-by-side thing. Let's try that. Okay, last thing, side-by-side corridors. Side-by-side corridors. That's going to be really complicated, but we'll figure it out. So place an L, place corridor in L, place facing each other. We're going to place... Thank you, Courage. Thanks, Stowe, for all the activity. Chativity, I suppose. Okay, when they're side by side, we have these things, and we're gonna probably go from 3. And we're gonna check this side and this side. And for both locations, we're seeing if I can place it. If I can, then I'll return true. But also, in addition to that, we want to place I guess, I don't know. For each one of these, we have to can place side by side corridor. I need that. And then Courage says, not everyone can code in the unique way you do it. Why are you glazing me? You don't need to do that, but thanks. I appreciate it. Everybody can do this. Everybody is capable of doing this and only providing one method to do it. Okay, so side-by-side corridor. The reason I was like, should I do this is because this portion right here, this length, we want to scan through basically certain length limit. And I think I want to make it so that allowed or discovered length will be provided by the can place. And then we're going to place a room. And then we're going to place the side-by-side corridor with discovered length as part of the parameter. Technically, all we need is global entrance position, which will be this, and its direction. And then we need the exit position, which is another global exit position. And side by side in theory means it's because of this direction anyway, so it's going to be the same direction. They're facing the same way, so to speak. So they go like this, so we don't need the exit direction because they use the same thing as the entrance direction. I guess it should be here. Direction, point A, point B. And then we're going to say length limit of, let's say 10, for example. Okay. And same thing here. We're going to do this. And then instead of 10, we're going to use the length that's been provided by this. So function is going to be direction vector 2. And then entrance position, vector 2i, exit position, vector 2i. And then we're going to return an int, which is going to be height limit, size limit. And then it's going to, let's say, allowed length, which will be int. Then we're going to have exactly same thing for this. Place it. Size like that. It's going to two different things here. That's being called by this. Same thing. I want to do that here. If discovered length is greater than 0, then place it. Otherwise, it's not possible. Same thing. If discovered length is greater than 0, then place it. Otherwise, it wasn't possible. And it's going to try different position here. Okay, given these things, how do we draw these corridors, right? We're saying can place side by side. We'll basically check can place line from entrance position to, I guess we're going from this here. For I in range size limit. And we're going to make it so that it goes from at least 2 for now. And basically, we're going to draw a line first. Can place line. Starting position would be the entrance position. And then we're going to draw the line all the way up to the direction times I. That's the length of the leg. Plus the entrance position. we're going to check if this is possible. And then we're going to check if I can play an L or place an L corridor. Which would be direction, making an L between this position, right? And then the exit position, which will be the same direction, exit position. Actually, it's going to be rotated, huh? That's going to be hard. Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to do 3 lines instead of an L. So we're going to do await, can place line in matrix, entrance position, or exit position, and then exit position plus direction times I plus a difference. Exit position. I guess I can't do that, huh? This is a little bit trickier. We're drawing a line from this. Okay, this is definitely trickier. Oh, I guess I can do await, can place corridor in L. We don't need one of these directions, I think. We'll get rid of the exit direction because that's irrelevant. Right? So it'll be the direction going from exit position to this position, drawing an L in this way. That's it, actually. Coroutine, yeah. So I got to do a wait here. Got to wait here. Okay. Vector 2i, invalid operand. Vector 2i. So I need to provide can't place line matrix. Doesn't like adding these two things. Direction is regular vector. So we want to make this into a vector 2i. Vector 2i. This one as well. Vector 2i of this. Hydrate, says Doe. All right, let me go get water. Okay, well, I think we're almost there. Oh, these tools are kind of building into each other. Okay, so we say for this, if this is possible and this is possible, then, well, we return true, actually. Otherwise, well, not true. I guess we return I, because that's the size. Otherwise, we return 0. 0 means there's no size that is possible. I suppose I could go from just 0 and on. It needs to be at least 1, I think. Range 1 to this. Okay. So if it is possible, we do that. So how do we actually place those? Instead, what we're going to do is we're going to, oops, instead of calling the can, we're going to call the place, just regular placing of these two things. I don't think you need to wait on these. Yeah. Whoops. Like that. Place these lines. Doesn't return anything. It's missing nothing. Instead of I, it needs to be the size. Like so, right? Too few arguments. Oh, I need to provide the matrix. So instead of testing, it's going to be what is it? Layout. It's going to do -1 as a corridor. Same thing. Yes. Corridor. I don't think I need anything here. I'm going to get rid of this real quick. Okay. Hopefully that works. Side by side, corridor. Okay. Discovered length. At this point, I'm just completely ignoring the conversation between Courage and Doe here. They seem to be having a great time, though. Terabyte Gaming says, this is looking really solid. One suggestion, as you procedurally generation logic grows, it might help to start breaking up the functionality into smaller purpose-specific scripts. Yeah, that is actually the goal. You see how I made it just the functions for each type of placement for the rooms? My hope is that for the level generator, I can configure the corridor logic, which means it's going to be list of corridor scripts where the corridor can, because by the way, something cool. This is relevant, I promise. Godot 4.5 update right now. If I can find it, the most recent snapshot is adding abstract class. So imagine you have a corridor abstract class that has a abstract function for condition, right? It's like the corridor itself will determine based on these two room configuration and the direction of the entrance, can this corridor be a candidate, right? And then now it becomes a test. And then it has its own logic of testing its corridor shape and then placing itself. So this function that I'm making for placing and can of these like room positioning, right? I have the place a room side by side, place a room facing each other, place a room in L shape. I'm imagining each of these functions would be basically its own script. And I think that's a great idea, Terabyte. I agree, especially if it's going to be a generalizable solution. Because I'm hoping each of the room can generate itself however it wants. And then the level can determine how they get laid out. And that would be I think that would be a solid dungeon generator plugin, I think, if I can do that. We'll see. We'll see. Okay. So we got the corridor down. I think this should work. Let me see what that looks like real quick. All right. I mean, the fact that there's a missing corridor means that some of the lines are not being drawn. Let me see. So it says, can it be placed? And it comes up with the length. If the length is bigger than 0, then we're going to place the room and place the corridor in that length. I want to see if this runs at all, honestly. Okay, so it does run. We have a door that's facing left at 277. Yep. And they are 226 and 200, 26 Y apart. And we have exposure length of 1. And it's trying to draw that, right? So we got step into that. We're going to place the line in the matrix, which is going to be room layout matrix. And then we're going to place that. So I don't see a side-by-side corridor here. So I need to figure that out, what's happening on that one. Line is definitely being drawn, and corridor is being drawn in L. I'm guessing this is the issue. How about this? Do this. And do this. This one is not even testing the corridor for me, I think. I think some of the negative direction L is just not working, maybe. Yeah. I think there's a issue with an L shape corridor for sure. For certain. I'm going to try to make it so that... All right, let me think about this real quick. For L shape corridor, place in L. This one right here. Can place corridor in L. This one. When this does the whole stepwise thing, place the line in this. Can place corridor in L. Is placing it with -1 between here and here. I have a feeling... I feel like drawing a line in negative direction is not working. Or something. So I'm going to look at when I'm drawing the L. And test when it's doing the negative direction, I think. Oh. Okay. I think negative direction line is just not working, period. Yeah, right here. So starting position is 266. Vector diff, that means their difference is it's going down 5 and 0, 1. Large leg is max. Because it's divided by 0. I see. We need to change this completely, I think. I thought we could do this oh wait. Hey, what happened to the infinite check? Did I get rid of it? Oh, I guess the infinite check is gone now. Huh. I thought I had a logic where, okay, well, all right, interesting. Hey, Doe, courage. I know you guys are meaning well, but I might mute you guys. I might mute you guys. Both. I'm gonna unmod you, courage, because this is too much. Just leave him alone. Just leave it. It's okay. Doe, stop, and then we'll be fine. Jeez. Cooley says YouTube chat is wild. Yeah, I don't know. They're having a great time. You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna take YouTube. No, but I can't. I have other people that are talking in YouTube, like Terabyte. All right, guys. Just leave it at that, okay? I'm about to mute you guys both. It's just too much. It's too much wall of text. All right. I'm trying to focus here. Help me. Okay, so definitely the large leg increment is an issue here. That is to say, basically, if it is 0 in one of the direction, yeah. If it is 0 in one of the direction, I need to ignore all these logic and just go to that direction, you know? So I think, because this will still work, instead of doing all of these things, if minimum of the diff, vector diff, x and vector diff y is 0, right? That means one of them is 0, so we're just going to go towards the bias. We're just going towards the bias if this is the case. So we'll do this like that. I don't know what happened to the infinite logic that we had earlier, but yeah, it's incrementing towards this. I thought I already did this, so I don't know where the whole infinity check went. I broke something. So we'll do this here. Same thing. I mean, I don't need to do this because it's Aleph. This is a little ugly, but I think it's okay. Okay, still not drawing it. That's annoying. Let me come over here. Can place line. Come down. Okay. So diff is it's going to the right. 1, 0, and then some infinite negative. It is X bias. Starting from this position, we're going to go 5 spots. Minimum of these two is definitely 0. So we're going to go here. We're going to increment the current. Oh, wait, no, that's correct. We're going to increment the current position by 1 times this. Boom. So the current position is incremented by 1. And okay, that's fine. We care about actually placing the line now. So let's do that. Oh my goodness. Oh shoot, I didn't even notice the raid. I didn't get the notification, guys. Did I get the notification? Sorry, nerdy nerds. I'm focused right now. Thanks for the raid, nerdy nerds. 2 minutes ago. 2 minutes ago. It's been a whole 2 minutes of raid, and I'm just like, I can't. I have to finish it. All right, shout out to nerdy nerds. We're getting second-class citizen treatment here in Developer Ezra stream. Brainoid Game says, Nerdy Raid! Hey, hello everyone. Welcome, Raiders. Foddy, welcome. Cooley says, as you can tell, Ezra is focused. I was super focused. Foddy says, super focused. All good. That's what we're here for. All good. You know, just making the game one day at a time. We're surviving here. Cooley says, there it is. My goodness, you have no idea. Foddy says, happens. Yeah, Cooley says, nice. I saw some the other day and it looks cool. To the nerdy nerds. Nerdy nerd says, no worries. I'll make the most of that focus. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, everyone. Reason I'm focused right now is basically I'm making a bunch of games, but today I'm working on my dungeon crawler game still. It's generating. It was already there. I had that already done, but I decided that I'm going to make a generalized solution for my dungeon generation logic so I can make a bunch of roguelike dungeon crawler over and over again and hopefully make a Godot plugin that people can use, just like my dialogue plugin. Because I'm noticing there's a lot of generation logic that can be useful and helpful. And also maybe I could make a tutorial. But anyway, so I am redoing the level generation. And part of the level generation is we're laying out the rooms with configurable things. Like, for example, this room, I want it to be connected to the world and spawn this many and then have at least this much distance. Or at most this much, or yeah, at least this much distance from the starting point. And then you can be like, this is a starting room, blah, 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 configuration. Cool, right? I'm doing some math here because for generation, I'm thinking depending on the entrance. So another cool thing I'm doing here, I think is cool, is being able to lay out the entrances on the event layer. So like this with the direction of the entrance. And when I lay the room out, connect those entrances in that direction, right? And some of the things that I'm doing right now is I'm considering 3 different types of connection, which is L shape, right? Where the corridor is an L shape in rotation, a straight shot where they're facing each other, or side by side. And this is side by side. So we're doing this thing where we're trying to check if the corridor can be placed, if the room can be placed, and also made a little mini map thing to help us visualize and debug. Nerdy says, Godonjin. Yeah, exactly. Godonjin. That's hard to say. I don't know. I guess that could be a good plugin name. Godonjin. I like that, Godonjin. Yeah. So that's where we're at. We're having some corridor trouble where the drawing of the line in the negative direction, I think, is not working. So I'm trying to debug that right now. So line by line situation right now. So when it's drawing the line, boop, 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 we're saying going to the right, straight line. It's X bias, and then one of them is 0. So it's going to increment the current by the direction, which is 273 now. Yes. Oh, I shouldn't have continued here. Okay. This might actually work. Come down here after the case and then draw the value. Okay, cool. Fingers crossed. Get rid of all these breakpoints. Okay, still not working. So you see how like it's testing the line and then it's not quite working. Like you can see that the line this way, the right side and downside works, but then the line drawing left or up is not working right now. So, and this is purposely slowed down, by the way. The dungeon generation is much faster than this. I promise. Fadi says, I love procedurally generated stuff. Yeah, exactly. It's always fun. And I didn't want to focus on procedurally generating just like the whole biome, right? We already talked about this on the other day. We're talking about like Drunkard's Walk, wave function collapse, particle shoot. Anyways, there's a bunch of ways that are already known, but those are typically, I think I like to leave those generation logic to the room. So you can generate the room with those things, but once you have the room, you should be able to lay them out. So that you can have mixture of stuff, right? Because sometimes I want to prefabbed rooms. So that's where we're at. Ooh, I don't have a Twitch link on bot command, but everybody knows, so it doesn't matter. Nerdy Nerd says, how come all your rooms are Texas? It's not all of them. It's just this guy right here. So I have this irregularly shaped room, and I'm spawning about 10 of these. So that's why you see a bunch of these. But I did this because I wanted to test this like non-square shape with multiple entrances. But yeah. PM Teddy says, screw left and up people. My people only go right and down. Exactly. That's what it seems like it's doing. Let's see. Another thing, just a second. What do we have here? So left and right is not working, so I need to draw the line properly. Or I don't know if it's left and right. It's just one of the direction is not working. So I got to figure that out. Where did it go? Place line in matrix. So let's look for the non. No. Yeah, whatever. Here, boom. Five zero. Okay, so 5-0 drew fine like this. See, it's drawing. We're gonna get one more. We're looking for vector diff. Oh, -5. We got the -5. Okay, this is what we're gonna test. So, oh, silly me. Wow. Yes. Yes. Very silly of me. That's why. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, this second one should just be else anyways, but whatever. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. No, it's still not working. Hold on. If it was X, this will be bigger, so it would be X biased. Hello? Hold on. -5, okay. It is X bias because we need to go left. We're going to go left here, to the left. Oh, silly. Okay, okay. Again, same thing. Yep. Minimum of these two equals 0 doesn't make sense either. It needs to do. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's silly town all over the place. Okay. That should work, I think. This negative sign strikes again. Oh my god! Look at the corridor. That is definitely not intended. What the heck? Negative infinity. Almost. Almost. I was like, yes, it's working. And then now it's like just drawing a different type of game here. Okay. I'm going to look for negative y here. Oh, see? This is definitely wrong. Negative is still struggling. Why? Why is it doing that? Hold on. So we're adding the negatives. We're iterating one by one. If any of the direction is 0, we're going to move towards the sign by X direction. If it's negative, it'll go -1, right? Right. Why is it skipping like that? Let's see. Let's see. So we got the vector diff. This is positive, so we don't care about that. Right? We are looking for the negative vector diff. We're going to resume until we get negative here. Oh, negative y. Okay, this is the next one. It is y bias. Starts from 291 to 26. And we're going to go from 0 all the way to blah, blah, blah plus 1. Between these, minimum is 0. It is not X bias. So the idea is, oh, wait, why is the sign vector, hello? Okay. Vector diff, geez, to vector diff, normalized, and then compared to 2. Okay, I think that's why it blew up. Okay. Hello? Hold on. Sign vector should be normalized. Yeah, I don't like that it's not normalized. It can't normalize because it's an integer. Just a sec. We got the vector. Okay. The intention here was to choose whatever's bigger between this and 1, 1. And when it's dividing itself, oh, this needs to be absolute value of this. It needs to provide a signed vector. And it seems like there was a bug there. Okay. Run it. Negative, okay. Sign vector is -1. Beautiful. Okay. -5. I see a gray line. That's great. This +1 is really inserting into the thing. I think we should probably not do +1. This one, +5. Great. Oh, wait, next. All right. I think we're good here. Get rid of, we've got this. Let's see what happens now. Please, please work. Please. Kind of. All right. It's trying, it's trying. Okay, all of these corridors are not good for it. It's trying to do an L corridor, I think. Not sure what this corridor thing is going. Oh, it's reusing the entrance. I didn't make that logic. I didn't mark entrances as used once it's being placed. Did I? I don't think that makes sense, does it? All right. I'm going to do it without the debugger so that I can speed up the checking part here real quick. All right. Almost convincing. Not sure what's going on here. There's a little gap in the line for some reason. Oh, right, because when I'm drawing a line, I'm skipping itself. Place line in the matrix, because right here I'm immediately incrementing it by 1 and not drawing the dot. Yeah. I guess it should actually be, instead of incrementing it, it should be multiples. And starting position like that. Starting position plus sign vector times the I like that. I think that's probably where it needs to be. For the diagonals is a little bit trickier because I can't just assign it. This was easier to do. You know what? I'm just going to keep that there. Let's see if this works. Because so far we only have straight lines anyways. All right. Almost. Once again, it's not quite right. Can't place line will be the same thing. I think. Hold on. Let me redo this back to where it was. it needs to draw the base point first before incrementing it. Suppose I should draw on its starting spot as well. Unless I do drawing first. I guess I could do that. Before doing that, I gotta draw the point, then increment it. Yeah. Draw the point, increment, draw the point, increment. And that means testing can place line of matrix would also check that. So right here, instead of doing this, is going to be like if, I guess this thing should come all the way up here and see if it is true or false. Increment check, increment check. Yeah. Hydrate. Thank you. All right. Boom. Interesting. Interesting. Mikori says, is this a minimap view? Yeah, it is. I made this thing real quickly just to test things. Some of the lines are definitely not connecting. Seems like there's a +1 error or -1 error, I guess. I'm drawing and incrementing. If I do +1, I think that's going to break everything. It's going to draw too much. I guess not. Some mysteries right here. Not sure what's going on in these locations. Side by side is still not working. Like right here, there's nothing going on here. This is connected. This is connected. I don't know what this. Oh yeah, I said. Well, I mean, the same door shouldn't work because the collision check should be like, oh, there's something there. Let's see. Can place room. I have a feeling that the room position is checking if it is not 0. Let's see. Am I checking ever something is less than 0? No. What about greater than 0? No. Because I don't see any L shape. I also don't see any side-by-side shape. And this one is also being crossed. The can place is line. And matrix is definitely acting out. So let's do this. I'm going to do true here so we can debug and see where it breaks. Doe says, is 2 hours considered fast? 2 hours of what? McCoy says, is it supposed to be same little chunks over and over, essentially? Right now I'm using so according to my configuration, I have the stone vein scene, 10 of them. And they are all the same shape. That's why they look like it's the same thing over and over again. There's there are 3 square ones, 1 small square, 1 medium square, and 1 big square. That's the boss room. They're all Texas. Yeah, exactly. So this is not going to work. Okay. Yeah, there was some testing line that felt weird. And this one as well. Yep, there's no line that got drawn here. Okay. Test line or can place corridor in L. I definitely want to check this one. And then I want to check can place side by side corridor. I'm waiting for this to happen so I can actually see it being checked. So these are straight lines, straight lines, straight lines, straight line. I wonder what this one is. It's going to skip. PM Teddy says, watching them test seems weirdly intimate and deeply personal. Okay, so this one is trying to do a L corridor. That's funny, though. Crossing point is 266, 240. Is going up. Entrance is going up. And left. Up and left. So this one I'm thinking up and left. I don't know where it's connecting to, but it's doing up and left somewhere. Just testing if I can place the line. So let's see. I'm going to resume. I don't know where it drew the line here. 266 and 240. I don't see any line that has been drawn here, do I? It says it's null, but it's not actually. Debugger has a bug where if the array is or data is too big, it comes out as null. Cooley says, ooh, new progress. It's been a weird journey, but fascinating. Like a train wreck. Can't look away. Yeah, exactly. PM Teddy says, I don't know how I feel about it, but like you said, I can't look away. Hey, look, that's a good thing, right? What if I just like no context? No context, just post these like dungeon generation as shorts and just keep releasing it. Just keep releasing different dungeon generation. No context, just the image of them like moving around. I wonder if that's going to do well. Okay, so I don't see the test line being drawn. There should be a gray line. But it's not. Well, it failed, I guess. Okay. So it's attempting a side-by-side corridor now. It gave up. You see this gray line right here? It tried to do something and it gave up. Oh? So it's going to try to do something here. Oh, okay. Something. Not quite, but something. That entrance is not available. That is definitely nothing that I've ever seen. Something's happening there. Like, I don't know what's going on here. Look at that. What is it? Okay, so the side-by-side logic is not working apparently. Or was that supposed to be L? Like, look at this line. This line is ridiculous. I guess that's meant to be an L. What? I'm so confused. It's doing something. It's like it's provocative. It's trying to do something, but I can't tell what it's trying to do. Nix Leah, as is stinky. Well, thank you, Nix. I'm definitely stinky. Let's see. Vongo says, "What are you working on?" I'm working on procedurally generated dungeon for Godot, and I'm working on the room layout logic, and I'm trying to do it so that it's like generally there's a general solution for it. So I'm making some revamping some of the logics. Some of the corridor. So I made this to kind of see how it is doing it, to debug it, but it seems like it's definitely repeating itself infinitely. So yeah, that's where we're at. Cooley says, if the debugger has a bug, how do you debug it? No, that's a real problem. Sometimes you definitely want to make a unit test just for the debugger so that at least you can see that like the basic way of drawing it works. PM Teddy says, Texas doing stuff to Texas feels illegal though. They're not as open-minded to this kind of thing. Cooley says, I also try to do things and give up. First Superman says, what about spawning all rooms first, then connect them? So I did that initially, by the way. So that was my original logic. It worked. It doesn't guarantee. So the problem with laying down all the rooms, then connecting it, well, it's not a problem actually. You can do it. So basically what I did was I lay them down so that they don't collide into each other. And then I just basically connected the closest room to each other. But I want to make it so that it's not always the closest room that are connected to each other. Also, I want to make it so that certain rooms are certain distance away, configuration wise. So if I just do laid out all the room and then connect them randomly or connect only the smallest one, you cannot always guarantee the distance requirement. So I'm doing the web approach, right? So where I go from the starting point, I'm laying them down and checking if I can put down a corridor as well. And that allows us for this more like dynamic corridor shapes where it's not always just like straight path, because I want some like dynamic path as well. For example, L shape. So that's why I'm doing it this way. Has it been working so far? No. But we'll see. We'll see. PMT says it's doing its best. Don't bully it, Ezra. Actual Cannibal Panda says, leave it alone. It's trying its best. Damn, I'm slow on the draw. Everybody's saying the same thing, basically. All right. I can't tell if it's the L shape that's struggling or if it's the side-by-side that's struggling. But it's struggling nonetheless. It's always hard to tell who this is for. It's trying. Oh, it's trying to connect to this guy. See, this isn't the problem. I definitely need to make it so that the entrance that's already used should not even be tested. You know what? Let's do that right quick. So get entrances. We're doing this right here from the source. What we actually need to do is entrance position. We got exit here to room. We're inserting it to the heap. And then we're doing the connection. So if this is done, we're putting it in here. But also, if it's successful, we need to mark that successful candidate. We should probably do it this way. So if room placement is done, right, separately, then we got to mark exit entrance as used. So we go, hey, room placement's done for this particular room. Mark entrance as used. And we're going to provide the exit. And that's going to be base room logic. So get entrances. We're going to say function mark entrance as used. Entrance position, which will be vector to I. And it's just simply going to create a map. I do wonder if I can do metadata. Can I do that? Actually, is that a thing? Where I go event layer, set. Is there metadata? Set meta. What about get meta? Is there metadata for tile? Tile data. I want to see what the tile data is. Tile data has collision, nothing. You know what? I'm just going to keep track of my own mapping here then. Let's say var used entrance, which will be just dictionary of vector to i's. To, I guess, bool. And on reset, this probably is 0, but basically on use entrances, we'll say mark entrance as used, which will simply take the entrance, if I know how to spell entrance position to be true, and func is entrance used, and that's just going to be one of these things. Return used entrances has entrance position, and used entrances get entrance position is true. All right. And in this logic right here, when I'm grabbing all the exit from the exit heap, we probably want to filter this, where we go filter by function. Oh, this is going to be our unused exit will be this, right? It's going to be array of vector 2i here, like so. Function of exit, which is vector 2i. We're going to simply return to room is entrance used and provide exit. We're going to only filter it by the ones that are not used. Boom. I think that should work. Okay. Let's see. Kishimura says, is it Python? No, it is not. It's actually GDScript, which is Python-like. So it's very similar, but it's not Python quite. But yeah, seems like everybody's helping anyways. All right, buddy. Lay them down. Okay. Collision, collision. It feels like it's trying to reuse the... Oh. I feel like it's trying to reuse the entrance. Am I crazy? In the room, I'm marking the exit as used. Right? And then I only want the ones that are not used. If it exists and true. Okay, this one definitely doesn't have any corridor. That needs to be fixed. Oh, this one. It just drew a line over it. Great. The line testing is definitely broken there on that one. Can place line and matrix. I just find it so funny. If the room layout on that position, it goes from 0, is not 0, then it should immediately return false. If it passes all this, it should be true. I'm not sure really what's happening. So the corridor got placed after the room. Let's see, facing each other. There might be a bug here. Oh shoot. My appointment is soon. I gotta get going. Pam Teddy says, it does what it wants. Can't tell it nothing. I know. McCray says, does being a programmer and automating item or stuff you don't want to manually do make programmers lazy, but like efficiently? Like programmers deep down are just lazy people who create software so they can spend less time doing stuff. I mean, that's the spirit. But you often find out that you programming to make things easier, in fact, doesn't make it easier. Okay, so this one is struggling because it's trying to reuse the entrance that it's already using. I'm a little bit confused about that one. I want to see if the entrance actually gets marked or exit actually gets marked. Oh, you know what? It might be a relative exit here. I gotta get going though. Ah, man. Hold on. I'm in a rush. I haven't eaten anything all day and I'm getting my haircut in like 40 minutes. So I really need to hurry. Mark entrance as used, exit candidate. Okay, so this one, I mean, it's relative. So here, let me see. This, and then I want to see what happens here. Okay. I'm placing it -1 and 3 into it. And then -1 and 3 gets marked. Over here, this is empty. This is empty. Okay. Empty, empty. Just gonna set something else again. Empty. And it shouldn't be empty for the second one, like that. Or gonna mark it. 3 entrance for that room. Empty. Gonna mark this. Oh. Hold on. This one is being drawn. This one, it didn't call the filter logic. Like right here. 2 room is entrance used. Array of vector 2i. Like this should have been called, but it hasn't been. Okay, now it's being called. 1513. It's empty. Adding it. Still empty. Okay. All these used entrances thing that I'm marking is going away. It's not being saved. So that's the next thing we need to do. Okay. All right. Well, that was good progress, I want to say. It says reasons are made to escape. Do not expose it. Thanks for the follow, Chillable or Chillaby. We had, I think, good amount of work. Things are starting to look good. Well, I'm saying at least the dungeon minimap looks kind of nice. I'll continue working on it. And hopefully, in the near future, we have more videos to come for that. I think at the least this whole series has been spawning a bunch of devlogs, so it's exciting. Oh no! Hey Vintage, thanks for the raid. We're about to go though. Let's see. Hey Vintage, give shout out to Vintage McCory real quick. Everybody, thank you. I'm gonna follow you, and we'll chat later. But I must go. I'll send you over to, I guess, Manisha. I don't think I've ever... Did I pay back to Manisha yet? I don't know if I did. I don't remember. Yeah, I have an appointment that I need to run to, and I need to eat beforehand. So here we are. Indie game. Unity, though. Unreal. I'm surprised that Hypnotic is not on. Yeah, I think I need to go Manisha. All right, everyone. Thanks for watching. I'll see you next time. Sorry I have to go so soon. I'll be streaming tomorrow, I guess. Well, either way. Thanks for joining. Keep making games. Goodbye.